Happy Monday and hello. How are we doing, my wonderful people? How was your weekend if I did not get to talk to you? Welcome in, friends. Working late, being busy? Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. What up, Goth? Hey, how are you? Crowster, hello, friend. What's up, Shade? Good to see you, friend. Hello. It was a good Monday. Nice. Nice. Rise. Thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate you, dudes. What's up, Stab? Good to see you. Oh, man, this is going to be weird. I turned my monitor a little bit, and it's like throwing me off. It's weird. It's weird. I might have to adjust it a little bit. It's weird, but it's like right next to my camera. Oh, man. Oh, man. Got your AC repaired? Heck yeah. What's up, Psych? How are you? Child's good to see you. Cha, hello. Miss V, oh, hey, how are ya? Total War, good to see you. Clover Cat, I see you, friend. Thank you for the 13 months. I'm working right now, keep myself entertained with the stream. Well, don't get, in trouble and stuff. Hey, Cade. How are you? Tika. Hello. How are we doing? What's up, Apex? We got us a weekly to do. We've got some leveling to do. We did a recent prestige. We've got to get decent equipment back. All the good stuff. All the good stuff. What's up, Tendris? Kay, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back, friend. Evil. Look at all these resubs, guys. Holy shite. Evil. Resident, thank you for the 7-month prime. You did the reset thing? I did. Yeah, it was a couple days ago. We pulled the trigger. Yeah, we were close enough. We figured, why not, man? There was no point in wasting time. Okay. All right, let me switch the screen. Hold on. So we're not living on the starting soon screen. So we're not living over here. Yeah, we were close enough. I figured there was no point in just continually leveling past 100. We might as well just do it. F it, man. Kay, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. What's up, Blue Hawk? Yeah. Hey, Wavy, good to see you. Cassidy, how are you? Good to see you, friends. I hope that everyone is having a good day. I hope that everyone is having a great week, except for Roxy. Hi, Roxy. Hope you're doing well. Need to stop procrastinating. That's my life. Ew. That's my life. Was hoping for a starting soon chair stream. Listen. One of these days I would love to redo the starting soon. Just for something fresh. I always want to do new stuff, man. Roxy. Language. Ma'am. Highland Walrus, thank you for the bits. And Dreadstone, hi, friend. Look at this gigantic emote. You can only read it because of how gigantic his gigantic size is. Flash, I don't know what to do. What do you mean, Halen? You want me to suffer? I would never say such a thing. How dare you? How dare you? I would never say said words. How dare? We missed you for golf last night. Were you guys playing golf with friends? Oh, I'm sad I missed it. No, I'm sad. I'm sad. I want to play. I'm sad. I want to play. I told them I'm going to play at some point. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Long day. Lots of stuff. There's lots of things coming up. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. It's work. Just work stuff, man. Lots of work stuff. Hey, what up, Murphy? Thank you for the bits. Hi, friend. How are you? Speedy. Good to see you. Get some graphic design work. Ooh, good luck. Need to get a new car. I don't have money for it. I can't get money back for mine. Rent's going up $25.50 from $3.50. My grandpa has memory issues. I'm trying to get not get frustrated because I know it's not his fault. I mean, it's really hard to, man, it's so hard to give advice without knowing like so many other things in the background of that. But hey, I mean, the best thing that you can do is just do with what's in your means comfortably, you know, talk to whatever family you need to talk to, right? Because if you're balancing between rent and family members, grandfather, other people, and then also needing a car, like it sounds like there's a lot of things at play, right? Hey, Cyber Dark, thank you for the Prime for 4 months. What up, Jay? Yeah. Yeah, but I seriously wish you the best of luck, friend. Love challenge streams. Yeah, the weekly, I'm pretty sure this weekly's not that hard, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is Frostbitten, right? Is that right? Is this Frostbitten? What up, Jay? Yeah? Okay. I need to download. Oh, I need to get the image from Mike. Are we doing the custom for today? Oh, the 1012? I don't know about that. But we're starting with the weekly. So I do need this. I do need this image. There we go. Okay. Ready to rock. Ready to rock. Valix, thank you for the 5 months. Guys, thank you for the hype train. I appreciate you. Don't leave the goo and up as much. Roger that. No, up. I told Chinggis up as goo. Fudge. What happened, Roxy? What? Alone or with friends? I'm playing with Mayor. I'm in good hands. I'm tired. Then go to bed. What are you doing? Get out of here. Get out of here. I can't sleep. Well, then take melatonin. Get out of here. Hey, Paranormal, how are you? All right. Let's get that. Minimize that. Minimize that. I'm just minimizing literally everything. All right. Let me open up to Phasmo and we'll get rocking. Ripley, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you, dude. Oh, my Lanta. Memory makes it frustrating sometimes. I got you. Playing your first D&D campaign. Oh my God. That is something I never got into. Never dived into that realm. Need an opinion. Rome or 1700 year. I think context needs to be had. Oh, I never restarted the goal. Shit. God damn it. I think context needs to be had. You can't just say, hey, which one? Like for what? Like for living in? For eating in?
I've prepared some jobs for you.
You know? Ghost Huntress, thank you for the 3 months. Wait, no, for the 9 months. Just go with it. No, that's not how this works. It's that meme. It's that Mad Max meme. Where he looks up. That's bait. Hey Jess, how are you? Go there, go there. I know, I started that late. Okay. Okay, we got that there. We got that there. We got that there. Wave, thank you for the bits. You're up, roger that. All right, let me go back. Let me go to the Phasmo. Oh no, am I in the right thing? I'm probably not. Can we hear the game? Son of a bitch. All right. Oh my God, I hate it here. I hate it here. There's a lot happening at once. It's Listen, when I'm sitting here just listening to people's streams, I don't have my headphones on. I have it playing through speakers and I forget to change it back every time. Gamer Wolf. Son of a bitch. Oh my goodness. Gosh darn it. Gamer Wolf, thank you for the subs, homie. Oh my god. Moth, welcome in. How are you? Shron, hi friend. Is it usual? No, actually, it's really funny. We do have a bunch of, I don't know why. We do have many couple wolves in the community. Yeah. I have not. Go on. Mm-hmm. Roger that.
I've gathered a list of other
hey, J-Mac.
asking for help.
Oh, John Cena. Thank you for the biddies, friend. Hi, Fate. See how long you stay awake. Everyone's tired, man. Everyone's tired. Get back to after the run. Good luck with the run, friend. Appreciate you. Gamer Wolf, thank you for gifting to Gamer Kid. Newborn tired. Ah, roger that. Roger that. Well, please get any sleep that you can. Any sleep that you can. I mean, obviously I'm sure that my side of it is very different than yours, but my side being father's side of it, father of three, I understand a little bit of it. Please get the rest that you can. Hey, Blue Hawk. I'm good. How are you? It's a Monday. Of course we're tired. Yeah, that's a good point. Fair enough, Crow. My husband takes the 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. shift. See, but at least you've like already kind of figured out like a shift kind of thing. Like I go here to here, you go there to there kind of thing. Until you figure out like you figure out what makes baby happy. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Some babies, man, some babies can sleep through the entire damn night. Some babies, nope. It's just different, you know? Mondays shall be Mondays. Amen. Oh, man. Level 6 hydrate. Appreciate you guys. My poor husband got sick. Got sick when we had our second. Oh, no. We made it work. Yeah. Oh. Because then when it's all on you and then he's sick and then he feels bad because he wants to help. And then it's just like, well, you can't help because you're sick. It's like, yeah. Yeah. You make it work. You make it work. It is not bean time. It is not bean time. I did add back a couple of animated emotes, though. By the way, I totally forgot. I was like, oh, these are just living in the ether that I can add back. Considering buying Phas, is it worth it? 100%. 1,000,000%. Absolutely. If you like horror games at all, if you like puzzle games, yes. Yep. Do you want it to be? Listen. Listen. We just started. Listen. I just went completely around the bend for no reason. Hey, Anu was distracted by by Baron. Fair enough. He's a very distractible person in a good way. Gwen, thank you for the biddies. Puzzle games and horror games are the only two that tickle my brain the right way. I think that's why that's why this game does it for me. It's just, that's what it is, man. I love puzzle games, and horror games really keep me on the edge of my seat. Being able to play games with friends, games that have proximity chat. It has it all. Has it all. Weird lady. Welcome in, friend. Just got to wait till October to get it. Oh, got you. Got you for a console. Yeah. Yeah. Odin, hello. I'm good. How are you? I don't do a lot of horror games. It was Flash and Insum that convinced me to, courage to get it. Well, I'm glad. I hope you're enjoying it. Who would you make to be, oh my, cooked eggs, to be your conscience? Like how Doc made Chiba his. That's a fantastic, I'm turning the music down a little bit. That's a fantastic question. Who would I make Who would I make? What Shran is talking about. You know, Grammy would, no, I feel like Grammy would be so nice. I think Grammy would just be so kind. You want one that's like going to be a little spicy, and I think Grem would just be so kind about it. No, I would never choose Mel. No way. No way in hell. Nope. Nope. No shot. Coach, maybe. You know what? I would choose Chinggis. Yeah, I would choose Chinggis. Yeah, he would be my inner conscious. Absolutely. Yeah, I would go Chinggis. I'd say Coach, but blood would start pouring out of my ears and, well, you know, I'd spend half the time going, what? Hey, Millie, listen, I get to see Coach. I get to see Aldi. I get to see Chinggis. I get to see Dahlia. I get to see all these peeps in less than a week. I'm super jazzed. Are you a yokai? I got to make sure to pack my Are You a Yokai shirt to make her feel weird. Break of daylight. Hello, Fred. My consciousness is too loud. What did you say? That's good. That's good. Hey, Purple, how are you? That's so funny. No, we'll have pictures. We'll have videos. I might even try to live stream or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But we have a weekly to do. We have a weekly. So let me get set up here. Okay. Need to do the weekly? Yeah. Yeah. I got to figure out if I don't know if I'm posting this tomorrow or not because I have other stuff I need to post as well. Yeah. Queen Wolf, welcome in. Sparkle, how are you, friend? Newbie at Faz level 31 and having got the best gear. Any recommendations how to level up fast? Depends on what level you typically play on. It just very much so depends. Said there's 5 streaming setups. I'm just saying. Hey, Blondie. I'm just saying. Yeah. All right. Who am I playing with tonight? Tonight I'll be doing the weekly with Mare. Mare's gonna help me out. Hi, Chuck. Okay. Turn that off. All right, I think we are ready. This week's challenge is Frostbitten. It is so cold that it's slowing everyone down, including the ghost. This is at Camp Woodwind. Not exactly my favorite map in the world, but you know, I think it'll be fine because we have a friend, we have Mare, and then we get our 5K. So let's look at what our settings are going to be. Let's look at our settings. So the settings for this week, we have 75% player speed, 75% ghost speed, which is going to be freaking tricky. We're going to have to use the website. We're going to have to use it. Broken fuse box. Ugh. Medium ghost event, medium interaction rate, snow, low roaming, and low changing. Wait, snow and low roaming changing. Okay. 3 evidence, and then here is all of our equipment. Okay. We have no smudgies. We have no firelights. Okay. Should be interesting. Okay. Should be interesting. Please, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Childs, thank you for the 3 months at tier 1. McLefty McNards. Hello. How are you? What if it's a DO and no smudges? Then you walk around. What do you mean? What do you mean? What is broken fuse box? That means that the breaker doesn't work. Yeah. The 75% go speed is going to be weird. We're going to need to listen to what that sounds like. I can pull up the website so we can figure it out. Yeah. Tools. You're a tool. 75%. So this right here, this is what a 75% normal ghost sounds like. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Kill. Have you uploaded the edit of the stream to YouTube yet? Guys, I swear to God. Somebody, I gotta read this back to you. I have to read this to you. Like, I'm sorry, I need to read this to you. Before we get going, I'll get Mayor the Code and all that jazz in a second. I feel like this is warranted. So somebody commented on my video from, was it today's video? Was it today's video? Oh, whatever. They commented on my video on YouTube and they said, first, also, if it's a Saturday, why you post on Monday? I said, when exactly should it be posted? They said, same day. Also, love the vids. Please never stop posting. So I responded and I said, so I should stream, end stream, watch stream, download, edit video, upload, post, same day. It just seems extremely unrealistic. And they said, oh, I thought you had editors. It doesn't matter if you have editors or not. You're not streaming and taking a video from that day and uploading it the same day unless it is time sensitive because it's material that just came out and you need to get it uploaded because you want to be the first. But I think they assume if they see stream clips that somebody just streamed that and then went upload. So now the meme is, why haven't you uploaded it yet? So anyway, moving on. I like to see highlights of a stream seconds after seeing the moment of the stream. Yeah, me too, usually. Well, no, it's just, it's just an interesting take. I love that they started it with first. I think that was probably my favorite part. First. Also, fucking kills me. All right. Mayor, I'm getting you the code, friend. It's very important on YouTube. It's important on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. It's important everywhere. It's important. I mean, listen. It's important everywhere. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't you lie. It's important here too. Nailed it. Did the week earlier with friends. I like the challenge was your favorite. Yeah, this one was a bit, if I remember correctly, was a bit easier. Was a bit easier. Hello.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Oh, hey, how are you? Well, look at that level. It's nice and clean. It'd be nice if the badges were at a nice level where we could like meet them eye to eye, but when you walk up to the board, it's just challenge mode. So it's either you look straight down or this.
You're just too tall.
How do I fix it? Give me a stool or something. Damn it. All right. Give me 1 sec and then I'll be ready to rock. All right. You guys look at these awesome tier 1 photographs, but look at that ghost though. Hey, rocking over here. And the phalanges. Oh my God. Gamer Wolf, thank you for gifting us something to Ms. V. Your friendo. All right. Oh shit. My favorite cursed possession is the music box. I love it. I love it. I got to make sure to keep this unofficial Phasmo cheat sheet open. I don't want to lose it. All right, we will keep the unofficial Phasmo cheat sheet open because the ghost for the challenge are 75% speed, and there's no shot. I'm going to remember that. But you know you can make it as an overlay. Make what as an overlay, Sparkle? Make what as an overlay, friend? The cheat sheet. Oh, you mean like for OBS? Oh, I probably could. I guess I just haven't tinkered with it. I just been opening it with Chrome. Yeah. What up, Radical? Allstar, how are you? What's up, Warlock? F1, Marvelous. What's up, Caitlin? How are we doing, friends? Good to see you all. It's so good to see you. All right. Oh, crap on a stick. All right, I got him. Fine. Just me falling apart. It's fine. It's fine. So if it's a Dio, it won't move. What? No, it's 75% speed. It'll be a little slower. No, if the ghost were 50%, then the Dio would look like it's walking backwards. All right. Cool. Boop, 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 boop. Actually, you know what? Let me put this over here. I want to add something real quick. Hold, please. Seeing a Dio would be fun. Yeah, that'd be rad. That would be cool. All right, give me a sec. I do apologize. And then we will go. Gosh, son of a bitch. I'm sorry. Yo, Phasmodal, what's up, man? I'm so I hate you all. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Playing with friends. Yeah, playing with friends. No, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we're doing the weekly. We're about to do it. I'm just adding something real quick, and then we'll be ready to rock. We're not playing with viewers, to baby. All right. Do I have a tech? I do. Ooh. But what I want to do. Can I do that? And maybe do that? Do one of these. Center horizontally. Yeah? What's up, CJ? Hi, homie. No, the ghost and the player. Hello, General Gravy. What's up, friend? Alyssa, hello. Good to see you. Hi, friends. How are we doing? Thank you for the patience. I do appreciate it. I was just adding something real quick. Alyssa, thank you for the heart, me friend. All right. All right. My cheat sheet is at the ready. My cheat sheet is at the ready. All right. CJ, friend, I see you. Hold, please. Stuff and things should be done. Should. Yes. Stuff and things are done. Thank you, CJ. Best way to level up, to do high multipliers. All right, y'all can stop holding now. Release. Release. All right, let me mute the music so I can talk to Mare. All right, I'm finally ready.
Oh, good.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
Cheat sheet.
What?
I doubt we'll need a cheat sheet.
I mean, listen, I'm going to forget immediately that the ghost is 75% speed. And the second we hear it, I'm going to go, oh, that's slow twin. What made you wear glasses? Not being able to see. Yeah. What? Oh, okay. All right. You just tell me what it is then. All right. Let's do the thing. Pradeep, how are you? What's up, Cheyenne? Oh, boy.
Take a look at the
Is my 8,000th case going to be on the weekly? I'm on 7997.
Maybe.
Okay. Maybe I just might have to just eat it and just whatever. Okay. All right. Flashlights, all that jazz. Okay. I guess we just got to be quick with it, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll be fine.
We'll be fine. All right. Make some noise. Sarah Smith. I feel like my fan.
Whispers.
I have cold breath.
Yes, everywhere. Hey, go.
Is that quieter? Oh, interesting. Okay. I felt like that used to be like really, really loud, and it's not that loud from here. Nice. That's nice.
So I had whispers around just
Here-ish.
facing this area. Yeah.
Okay. Ghosty. Alyssa, thank you, friend. Ghosty. Sarah Smith. Do the ting. Sarah. Oh,
EMF 5.
Sarah, go for a walk. Let's go. But keep walking. Oh, you tease. Sarah. Please. What keeps you playing this game? I just really enjoy the replayability. Each game feels different. Ghost, please. All right, it's 3 degrees. Son of a bitch. All right, I'll come back for this. I don't want to waste time. We don't want to waste any time. What up, Vertex? What? Hales, hello. How are you? Am I being ignored? Nope, just fielding a lot of questions, friend. We have like 1,000 orbs.
All the orbs.
Okay. This is going to be interesting to try to see. I'm going to bring in crucifixes. Definitely Ure. Oh, because that's my favorite. Yeah.
I wasn't getting any spirit box.
Okay. I don't even know technically where the ghosty is. I mean, it's over there-ish. How are you, Anna? We don't have any snow going up, do we? Any up snow? All right. No? Roger that. All right. I'm going to get more salt.
Okay.
Lethal Kitty, hello. I'm playing with Mare, yeah. We're just going to salt the crap out of it. We're at 78, by the way. Did you take Sanitite?
I did, yeah.
I just took some as well. All right, let's do another flashlight just for kicks. Wait. Okay, you're fine. Hey, Tweety, how are you? What's up, Snow? Ah, orbs.
Might actually be lovers there, yeah.
You think so? Hi, it's only 3 degrees everywhere here. What if I do this? What if I do one of these guys?
I'm getting 1.3 over here.
Okay.
1.0, you're so close to freezing.
1.0, come on.
It's teasing us, Flash.
Rude. What did I say? The cursed possession. Did I say that? Oh,
Oh, yeah,
okay.
writing.
Did I say the cursed possession was random or none?
None.
None. Okay.
Nothing.
All right. Well, if that's the case, hold on. I haven't been able to do an official UV check because it stepped in one pile, but it didn't walk.
Yeah. I feel like it's probably not a shade. And it's not.
And there's all the ultraviolet.
UV.
And it's a myling. Okay.
We're good.
Bye.
Bye, ghost.
He wrote us a letter, so I'm bringing it with us. Yeah, the reason we could have canceled out a shade is because it wrote in the book.
A long time to get over there.
It wrote in the book while we were in the room. So that's why we could have went ahead and canceled out a shade.
See, you don't need your cheat sheet.
Listen, I didn't know how quickly we would have drained our sanity. I guess I didn't think about it. All right, myling, let's rock. Yeah, so really, if you quickly get your evidence, you don't have to worry about the hunt at all, you know? So you just run over there real fast. If you have a couple people with you, you guys can all grab the evidence that you need, and then you're good to go. Nicely done. Let us go back. Round 2. Is it nighttime there? For me, IRL, it's 9 o'clock at night. All right, this time. All right. I'm going to try video camera.
Okay.
I'm going to try.
Alright.
Might get lucky. Helen Skinner. Wait. I thought I heard something to the left. I might not have, though. Not getting any readings. Whoa. I think it touched this tent. Orb. Blue tent. See, when it's in a tent, it's way better because the orbs aren't in there. I mean, the snow's not in there. Get that. She has UV, so she can check for that. Imposter snow. Oh, it's shrowing stuff, eh?
Yeah.
Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Nothing. What did I do with the video camera? Right there. Wait a minute. Is that the orb? The orb's out in front of the tent, by the way. It's
Coldest is still in the room.
still in the room? Okay.
Yeah.
And all we have is orbs?
Yep. Nothing else so far.
Okay. I don't think we're missing anything. All right. I'll go get a few more things and place it out here.
Sounds good.
Yo, what up, twin? Does the mimic have the ability to copy? Oh, absolutely. When a mimic becomes another ghost, it copies the other ghost's speed. It can copy the other ghost abilities, all that jazz. I don't think we have UV. I really don't.
So far, no UV.
Roger that. Yeah, I didn't think I saw it on the tent either. All right, Julep, I appreciate you, friend. All right, putting another book out here.
Still no freezing 1.0 again. But
What a turd.
Oh, there we go. Freezing.
Yay. Do you want to try Spirit
Took me long
Box?
enough. Yeah.
Right behind over here.
Spirit box.
Walkies? No ultraviolet.
And
So
still no
unless
UV,
it's
so
unless it's an
probably on
obake, yeah, I'd say we go on Rio. When I say obake, I mean a mimic, like mimicking an obake. Yeah, let's go for it. I was walking all around that damn thing doing that. Stupid ghost. What a turd. Why is mimic annoying? No, I love the mimic. Mimic is my favorite because it's so unpredictable. Nicely done. 200 XP. Look at us go. It liked you.
Is this your 8,000?
It didn't like me. Fine. Whatever. Stupid ghost. It's all right. We'll get this one. Here we go. EMF. I'm gonna go UV. It'll be a short YouTube video. Yeah, it happens. They all can't be an hour long. Robin Gacy. Robin. 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 EMF 5. They're synchronizing. Who do? All right. I saw no UV, by the way.
Alright.
I'll face it this way. Beautiful harmonies. All right. So just EMF 5 so far?
Yes.
Okay. All right. She has everything else, but we're going to bring all this extra stuff.
I'll try Spirit Box again in case it likes.
Yeah. Just to double our chances, because the more dots and book we have over there, the better the chances of us giving the evidence.
Nope.
All right. I'm not seeing orb.
It's colder out here than it is in the
Ooh.
tent.
Okay. We have EMF 5, which means it can be a Goryo. Okay. Look at all them orbicals.
It's rude a book, it can't be writing.
Roger that. Okay. Goryo's still in play. What up, cheese? We'll watch Mayor for a sec. Because if I see dots and she sees dots, oh, goes fat.
Not her noni.
Alyssa, thank you, friend. Apocrypha, appreciate you. Noni. Noni. All right, hold on. Can you watch the cam? So this is considered a separate room than that right there. So if it is a Goryo and it decides to give us dots, it'll do it over there while I'm over here. We're just giving it a second. It might not be a Goryo at all, but it's hard to see. It's hard to say. I'm not seeing any dootskis.
Yeah, still not seeing anything.
Roger that. threw something over here. Near the dots and stuff. All right, I have 3 degrees. I'm telling you guys, because it's behind my camera. 2 degrees. 4. Yeah, it's still colder out here. 3 degrees. We checked for UV, right? Wait, can it be in Obake? Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me go get salt. Wait a minute. And you tried Spirit Box? See Warlock? Devastation, hello.
Did you say something?
Did you you tried Spirit Box, right?
Yeah. I tried it in the 10. But you might want to try it out here.
Where's our goo light? Stop it.
That parted on.
You I need to go for a walk. The new Twitch mobile app's confusing. Oh, I haven't seen it.
Come on, Ghost.
It's one active little turd. It's trying to make the 3rd game a pain in the butt.
Right?
Hey. They changed the layout. Oh, I'll have to look at it later. Hello?
Person died.
Oh, son of a... That might be why it's not walking in the salt. If that's the case, then it should be giving dots.
Yeah, it's finally colder in the tent again. Hi.
My day's been good. How's yours?
It's not a
Walked in salt? EMF 5 Spirit Box freezing. Did you say walked in salt?
Yeah.
Can you take the last sanity?
Yep.
I want to go see where the freezing is. Five degrees. 4 degrees. 3 degrees. 2. 3. Dude, what the wait a minute. I just heard very much so twinage. I heard something to my left and something to my right. Just trying to find where the main room is.
Right?
Is it over there?
All over the place.
This turd burglar. Oh, we'll warm up over here. Here. We'll stay here. 1.2. Still looking for freezing. 6.9. Giggity. No, we're pretty sure. I mean, it's got to be twins. It's got to be twins. I just want to know where the freezing is. Well, Slendy's back there. Hi, Slendy. This is why the room boundaries on this map suck. It's not there. It's not there. The coldest it's been has been over here with like 1 degree.
Yep. Hi, Granny.
I don't want any. 0.5. There we go. Literally when she spawned on us. Here, hold on. takes so freaking long for no reason. All right, I got it marked. It went negative, yeah.
Easy peasy.
Easy. Bro, most of it was. Hey, Painpack, how are you? Anything 0.9 or lower is freezing. It's going to be a freezing ghost.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Duh, tweens. Well, nicely done. Easy peasy for the most part. When they decide to
Wasn't too bad.
give you the evidence, I know. You don't even have to have it hunt. I mean, it's not too bad.
Not at all. See, you didn't need your cheat sheet.
We didn't even need it. Look at that. But if somebody gets a demon or something like that, you probably want to double check.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, friend. Appreciate the games.
Thanks for the game.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Good old mayor. Does 0 count as freezing? So 0, the way you want to look at it, anything below 0 is freezing. If it's 0.9 or lower, it's going to be a freezing ghost. That's the way that you need to look at it. Whenever they released the digital, are you ending? No, not at all. Whenever they released the digital, like what the change to the thermometers and all that stuff, when they added the mercury one, whenever they added this one, as soon as they added that, they changed the way that it worked with how you could see freezing on the other ones, right? Because then it was no longer the way it used to be. Now it's normal ghost can't go below 1 degree. Anything below 1 is a freezing ghost. So if you get 0.9 degrees or lower, that is going to be freezing evidence. So is it technically freezing? No, but it will be a freezing ghost. Meaning if you wait long enough, or if you're in the right spot with the ghost, you will get freezing. You will get it. Yeah. Dark, thank you for the follow. Hey, what up, Grant? Jelly, how are you? Yeah. Usually wait until you see blow. No. If I'm using a digital thermometer and I see 0.9 degrees or lower, there's 0 reason for me to look anymore. Unless I need to know where the ghost is. That would be the only reason why I would look more. Yeah. Hello, BK. Catch any? No. We just finished the weekly. No. Do no evidence insanity. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Those are conflicting game modes. Well, no evidence is no evidence. Insanity is one evidence. Know what I mean? Follow me? Picking up what I'm putting down. What's up, Eddie? All right, what have we unlocked? Bow. Can we save tow? I'm sure that we could save tow at some point here. It's like, can we do a 1 evidence, no evidence? Thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. They still need to swap the UV in the glass. Yeah, I think that's going to be some time. I think it's going to be some time before that happens. Yeah, I don't think it's a priority for them. Yeah. Alpha, hello, friend. How are you? How in the heck are you? I wasn't paying attention to the investigation number. Was my last investigation 8K or was that 7999? Did I luck out? Or I guess it would have actually been 7999. It should have been. Oh, that's right. Because if we counted the one that I was on as 7, then 8-9. Ooh, this is 8K. Ooh. A comfy Willers? Maybe. I don't know. What do I do for 8K? Ooh. Matt to the rescue. I can count. Listen. Got to make it special. Do like an amateur run on Tanglewood. I like where your head's at. Where it all began. Yeah, this upcoming this upcoming investigation will be case number 8,000. Yeah. Yeah. 15 times on Point Hope. No, I just did that. No. Just did that. No. That's so special. All right. Before we do it, though, I have ads. We do 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way if you are not subbed or you do not have turbo, you guys don't miss any gameplay. So I'm going to go ahead and run them now, so that way you guys don't miss anything. So if you got to go potty, go potty. If you want a snack, go get a snack. Take a little break, stretch your legs, do your thing. We wait for people here. We don't steamroll through them. We wait. So we shall return. Sunny? Maybe. Listen, man. Listen, I'm down for the conversation. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, I might need to fix that. Hold on. I just realized something. No, that's okay. Never mind. I'm fine. Potty. I'm a child. Yeah, that's right. Sparkle, I swear to God. No evidence? Maybe. Maybe. I do a lot of no evidence. Quesadilla. Hello, friend. Good to see you. Alpha, I hope you're doing great, friend. It's so good to see you. Got another tier 2 dot projector. No more pen point. Hey. Listen, that's probably one of the best upgrades you're going to get. Yeah. Kimmy. It's a Prime baby. I'm sorry, but it now belongs to Jeffrey Bezos. There's nothing you can do. Can you carry me? No, my back hurts. I get lower back pain sometimes. Sorry. I can't help. Yeah. Arsenic, hello, friend. Also love Willow. Yeah, I don't know, man. I didn't prepare. It'll break his back. I don't know. I wasn't prepared. Hell Fallen, I'm good, friend. How are you doing? Your back hurts too. No, I'm fine. It's an old guy joke. Old guy joke. Haven't played in forever. Played today, the power got cut off. I ran to the van and quit. That's fair. To each is their own. Hi, Queen. That was like me the first time I ever loaded up VR. I swear to God. Misfire, hello, welcome in. Tanglewood for the nostalgia. That's what my first instinct was possibly doing Tanglewood for the nostalgia. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect games are so much easier with tier 2 salt. 100%. Like the idea of doing easy on Tangle. Me too. Just a good old classic amateur run on Tangle for case number 8,000. Because you think 8K, you think like some big, huge, crazy, whatever challenge. And you just do the intro, what you would normally do, the first run when you come into the game on the first map you see. I think that's what we do. Yeah. For Shigs, that's right. I kind of like it, man. I kind of like it. Friendly Ghost. I've done Friendly Ghost. I've done that before. They're a pain in the ass, but definitely doable. Definitely doable. Timer's broken. I know it is. I know. I don't know why that thing is like that. I got to figure out a better one. Yeah. It's as close as I can get for right now, though. Have I done the VR version of Faz? I have. Yes. I has. All right, we're back. We are back. Moon Bunny, I swear to God, I hate you all. Dom, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you? Sir Glacius. Glacier for the Mickey D's. Listen, I was watching somebody was talking about McDonald's breakfast. I'm like, bro, you are never going to beat McDonald's breakfast. I don't give a shit who you are. I don't care who you think you are. I don't care how good you think your mom cooks. Do the doc case intro voice to kick it off. I can't do that. I don't have it prepped. I can't. How long you stream on average? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I typically will stream till like midnight my time. So typically 3.5, 4 hours. Usually. Dark Box, thank you for the 5 subs. Taco Bell breakfast is greater than McDonald's. Oh, that's blasphemy. Oh no. Oh, how dare you? Oh, how dare you? Oh, how dare. That waffle taco cavity filled thing? Ugh. No shot. No way. No way. Absolutely not. No way. Burger King's better. Hey, Burger King's tots are where it's at. Their tots are good. So, people are like, wait. Is the McDonald's kid back right now? Sausage McMuffin on top. Oh, they're so good. The hash browns. Oh, they're so delicious. They're so good. Nacho fries from Taco Bell are probably one of the best things ever, though. There's zero reason for it. Why the fuck are Taco Bell's fries so good? Love the content. Now do no evidence. I appreciate the subs. We're not doing no evidence right now. Steak and egg and cheese bagel from McDonald's. Dude, I can't tell you the last time I had a bagel from McDonald's. It's been a really long time. A long time. I'm your favorite streamer. Oh man, you've been here for like 20 minutes. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Burger King has tots? Yeah. Oh, where have you been? Yeah, they have tots. All right. Let us. All right. McDonald's has bagels. Yeah, they do. They do. They have a steak and egg sandwich. Mm-hmm. My wife is a big fan of the McGriddle. She's a McGriddle fan. Tyler, welcome in. How are you? They do. Our BK breakfast is much to be desired. Ours is good. Ours is fine. McGriddle's great. It's just too much syrup for me. I think it's just too much syrup for me. Yeah. It sounds so good right now. I know. And I used to love when you could get it whenever the hell you wanted, and then they took it away. They stripped it away from us, and it made my heart sad. Because then if you were craving it for dinner, you could have it for dinner. And that was just... It was lovely. It was so lovely. Well, now, Gaga, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know. Every stream just ends up talking about food. Inevitably. All right. Well, I've upgraded, I think, as much as I possibly can, which is basically nothing at all. We do have to deactivate and reactivate, which is a nice, fun feature that you get to do after every investigation when you do the weekly. So, okay, fine, Flash. We'll all get McDonald's breakfast tomorrow. Listen, I work from home on Tuesdays. Just saying. Just saying. Sleep in a little bit. Go for a little drive down the street. I drive a forklift, so I drive like that. Why do you bring everything? It's a waste? Because I'm lazy? McDonald's delivers. But it's not that far. It's like a mile. Forklift certified, huh? No. It's like a mile or two down the street. I'm not going to have them deliver. Okay. So, hear me out. Hear me out. Our next investigation is about to be case number 8,000. So what we are going to do is we are going to go back to where it all began. We are going to do an amateur run on Tanglewood. Good old-fashioned, nice, leisurely stroll through Tanglewood. For old time's sake. Case number 8,000. Let's rock. Watch it be a demon. You know what? That would make sense.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare a course.
Imagine I walk in the door and just immediately get hunted. You know, it makes me want to bring a smudge.
New intel.
Really makes me want to walk in the front door with a smudge.
Harmless, but be careful out there.
Okay. Eddie Cray. Eddie Doobie Crado. There it is. There it is. Hold. Hold, please. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Did you do the challenge? Yeah, we did the challenge. We did the weekly. Imagine you get it wrong. Listen, there's always the possibility of getting it wrong. You never know. You never know, friend. Holding. Gosh darn it, shut up. I will eventually find an emote for that. All right. All right. Let go. You can let go. I'm sorry. You can let go. Okay. I think this is good. Right here. We are officially on case number 8,000. It has been a long road, but we are here. And it is only appropriate that we do it on Tanglewood. And we're doing it on amateur. Because when you first enter this game, it's definitely recommended that you start at a lower level, closer to something like amateur. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a nice leisurely stroll through Tanglewood. We're going to get motion sensor. We're going to escape. We're going to witness a ghost event. We are not going to get hunted by a demon instantly and enjoy the new player experience of Phasmophobia. And let's go. Easy peasy. This is fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm a little nervous. What if I walk in? You know, I have 5 minutes though. So on amateur, you do have a 5-minute timer. The ghost cannot hunt you for 5 minutes. So it buys you time to look around, get used to your surroundings, see where you can hide, get used to it. Look at maybe if you want to find the bone early, that's always a good time to do it. Do it during that time. But I would recommend finding, get your power on. Wait, the power is already on. Never mind. Go find where the ghost is. Was that to my left? Why did that sound like... That was weird. That was glass. But it sounded like it was to my left. What was that? What? I'm losing it. That sounded like... That sounded like glass. Where would that have been from? Maybe it was over here. I don't think there's any in the nursery. That'd be weird. Oh, hello. Oh, and it's my favorite. It's the music box. And a boat. Wait. Wait. That's the glass. I did hear it to my left, but way to the left. Okay. I didn't realize it was this far over. Okay. So ghosties in boy's bedroom. The little shuffle we heard was the shoe. We heard the shoe. Okay. So we can go ahead and drop that guy there. We'll put this in here so that way the temps will drop. Okay. We can get a couple lights on so that way we can see what we're doing, right? Get those on. Who throws a shoe? Honestly. What up, Timmy? I believe it's square. It is a square glass. It is. So look, 95%. We still have 2 minutes. We still have a little over 2 minutes before Ghosty can even hunt. So let's get our equipment in there. Let's get dot pen, book. We'll get video camera. Recording awesome powers, yeah. What mode am I playing on? This is amateur. Yeah, we decided to go real sweaty for case number 8000. All right. Is it possible? What if I go up here? Like, can I? Damn. What about up here? Oh, there we go. Look at that. Oh, look at that dot spot. That's a dot spot. Oh, that was a good one. We'll put this down here. All right. There we go. Hate the dot pen. Yeah, me too. How'd you get on the bed? You just go to the corner. When you go to the corner of the bed, you can shimmy and then you can get up there. We'll take that. We'll take that. We're going to get the salt so we can get UV. Yeah. Put the dots on the... Oh, on the frame? I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Here, we'll put it out here. That there. I got you. Here, let's fix it. Let's fix it. Like that. See, because then you just move your mouse around. See? I got you. I like your style. Where are you? Okay. So, it walked. We heard the walk. Sometimes when it steps in the salt, people assume that it's not UV. But make sure, even after it walks, when it steps in that, make sure you actually hear the walking, and then check. But we do have EMF 5. So EMF 5. Ghost can hunt now, probably. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Nothing right now. Cold enough to see my breath. So it's definitely below 5 degrees. Okay. Let's go outside for a second. Ninja, thank you for the 3 buds. Oh, hi, Rafa. So it might be a Goryo too. We should keep a smudge on us to be careful. Although I have 90 sanity. Holy crap. You lose like nothing in this game mode, huh? Sheesh. All right, let's go get motion sensor while we're in there. We have everything we need. And we'll drop one of these in case it's a demand. Yeah, that works. Elderly victim. Hey, T. All right, there we go. Put that there. Still no freezing. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Huh. Huh. I agree with the other writing book. Increase our chances. If it's a Goryo, I'm not going to see dots while I'm standing in the room. So what I could also do is take this, go outside, and look at it like that. Come on, Ghosty. You're being awfully stingy. Goryo dots is so annoying. It definitely can be. It feels like the room boundaries sometimes are annoying, even though they're supposedly fixed. Supposedly. I just heard it throw something over here. If dots happen and I'm trying to see it, did they really happen? Stupid. I hear it doing stuff in there. Pretty sure I just heard that. Which means this is probably a shade. EMF writing freezing. Okay. NHP, hello. So, it did not write until we left. And we have freezing temps. It would be a shade. Music box? Oh, I'm 1,000,000% using the music box. Oh, you better believe it. Because I need to do an event anyway. We can force the event with the music box. And then we can escape. Yeah. All that jazz. Yeah. You wanted cozy. I mean, look. Okay, I didn't want... Listen. I didn't want that cozy. Listen, I didn't want that cozy. All right. I know I shouldn't have brought the smudge back. It's okay. Let's get this. Let's get this. Stinky shades. Doing a perfect game. Yeah, we might as well. Why not, man? Why not? All right, so that's a 4 pile. What else do we have? We've got this. Okay, we've got Cursed Possession. We've got Bone. Okay. Hey, can you walk out of the room, please? Hello? Eddie? Maybe he doesn't want to go to the bathroom when the light's off. He's scared. Eddie, I turned the light on in the bathroom for you. Hey, Neptune. Eddie! Go into the room. Eddie! I'm gonna touch your computer. Eddie, walk out of the damn room, please. What'd you write, by the way? Eddie. You know what? Okay, listen. That's a 4 pile, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and I need one more photo beyond that. Okay, no, F this. Where's my smudge? Let's go get a smudge. No. We're not waiting around for this shit. No. We're not waiting around for this. We're getting this. We're getting this. What do I have on me? I've got double smudge. Let's get triple smudge just for kicks. Oh, now he left. Did you just hear the motion sensor? What a turd. I hate your face. You know what? We're going to save one last photo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Give me this. Okay. Perfect. The bathroom. I mean, listen, I opened the door for him. Aura, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? They're going night-night. We don't want you to go night-night. We want you to say hi. We don't want to be too close. Because we want to be... We want to have time. Right? Wait, do I have double smudge on me? Oh, we don't need double smudge. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't want any. No, thank you. Yeah, so sometimes that happens with shades. Totally forgot about that. I think it's supposed to happen with every ghost, but I really only ever see it happen with shades, where when they event when it's supposed to be a physical event and it's a shadow event. Yeah. So that was cool. All right. We got full photos. We got objectives. We got ghosty. We got all the evidence. Full book of 3 stars, right? Yes. Yes. Cool. Case 8K. Into bag. You ate the event? Oh, that's okay. I hope it was good.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
And how much did we get for the perfect amateur run? 495 XP. Nice. Nicely done. I dig. There we go. Well done. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. I mean, it's something. It was more than I walked in there with. Dreamed, how dare you? How could you say such a thing? Gotta go see a friend. Boop, boop. All right. All right. Case 8K is done. We're done with the weekly. Now we can do normal stuff. Got your sister to play, do all the work. Oh, nice. That's mean. Yeah, I think the shadow with the shade, I really do think it's supposed to be that any ghost has a chance to do that, but I never see any other ghost. I never see any other ghost with the shadow event like that when it's supposed to be a physical event. Like when you lay down the music box and the ghost walks to it and it's supposed to be a physical event, I never see any other ghost do a shadow like that unless it's a shade. Yeah. Good night, Millie. Yeah. Goofball, thank you for the 3 months. Boop, boop, boop. High school? No. One more level for tier 2 dots. Oh, is it? Hold on. I was just checking to see if anything was unlocked. We are. We're so close. We're so close. We're so close. Wait, how close am I? Oh, like 1945. Yeah, we're 1 game away. We're like a game away. Shades and phantoms are the most shadow events you see. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. All right, let's do a comfort game now. Comfort game. Bleasdale's your favorite. Nice. Ridgeview. We could do Ridge. We could do Maple. We have all the things. All the things. All right. Motion sensor, repel, and 25%. Let's rock. Motion sensor, repel, 25%. Oh, let's see. Lizard, thank you for the 8 months. Sorry, I'm just adjusting something or trying something. See if I like it or not. We will see. We will see. What up, George? All right, ready to go. Ready to go. Ghosts need love too. Do they? Do they really? Thought that was it. I thought that was it. Thought that was it. No, it's not a demon. No. That was an event. I thought it was a hunt. That gargle sound, I thought that was a hunt. I was like, yep, I'm gone. It would have been funny. Don't get me wrong, it would have been pretty damn funny, but still, it would have been rude. Absolutely rude. Son of a bitch. Alright. I don't know where Ghosty is, but it's being a rude piece of crap. Should trust Chiba and kill. Well, you know. Well, you know. Oh. Alright. I don't think Ghosty's in here. I don't know if it's in here, but we're just going to drop equipment here for now. We need to find out where it is. Dining? I heard a plate. Ooh, was that kitchen? Yeah, alright. There's our low temps. That's why it did that. It's because it did it shoot a wall. No orbs. How was the weekly? Oh, weekly was fine. Yeah, the ghost is 75% speed and so's the player, but honestly, you can absolutely do it without even having the ghost hunt. Where are you? Are you near? Are you friendly? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Okay. Jamie! Appreciate you, friend. Did you see Fingies? Wait, did you see Fingies? What did you see it on? Wait, what? 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 You a-hole. And knock on my camera over. Dodged it. Get wrecked. I was just trying to dodge the sanity drain. I think I've succeeded. All right. We know you're there, so we can drop some dots over there. We can do motion sensor. That'll work. You don't like this ghost, do you, though? No, I'm not sure. TBD. 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 If they made a mod or something where the players could be the... Yeah, I don't see that ever being a thing. I really don't. Wait, was that dots? What the hell did I just see? What the... Was that DBD? DBD? Did you see it too? Yeah? It was for like a heartbeat. TBD. To be determined. TBD. TBD. Hey, what up, Troy? No, Vertex, it doesn't. Not right now. Not when I'm in multiple places. No. Oh, there it goes. All right, now I saw it. Now we seen it. Now we seen it. Thought you heard DBD. Listen. You're hearing what you want to hear, okay? Okay. Wraith. No ultraviolet. Not a wraith. Not you. Not you. It's an Oni or a Raiju. Okay. Okay. Dots? Yeah. 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 Oni or a Raiju. We need to repel and 25%. So let's get our smudgies and get them prepped. Your guess is an Oni? I don't know, how many events have we had? Alright. F these shoes. F these shoes. Cursed? Cursed. Why'd I cross out a Goryo? Because I saw the dots in person. You can only see Goryo dots whenever you are looking through a camera. So many shoes, dude. So many shoes. All right. Let's bring in a camera. I don't even know what the cursed is. I don't think we ever actually found it. Quick dot photo just for kicks. Oh, wait. Hold on. Don't you dare. Don't do it. No. Don't you dare. Or whatever. He said, how about that instead? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Hey, Felicia. Think it's gonna be the monkey paw? Could be. It farted in your general direction. Odds of you... Listen, jerkhole. He just tried to knock our camera over again. Okay, dude. You spicy turd nugget. No need to burn my sticks. Leave my sticks alone. He's getting spicy. He is getting spicy. All right, well, I guess we don't need the cursed possession. He tried... I might need to run. What the fuck was he doing there? You piece of shit. How? Oh, you asshole. It just walked. I hate it here so much. Oh, it's Frank. Oh, hi, Frank. Jeez. It looks like he was posing. All right. Well, we take a picture of that salt. Drop our sanity a little bit with Frank. We can get out of here. Oh, fuck this. Jenny. All right. The screenshot. Switch. And he's done. Yep. Run away. That's an Oni. Done. 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 We dip. I'll dip, you dip, we dip. Hell, Mel, thank you for the 11 months, friend. Doesn't Oni have a scream? No. No. Oni's just more visible. Yeah, Ms. Pro, thank you, friendo.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yeah. No ghosty fats. No ghosty fats. Very visible. Exactly. Ridley, thank you for the follow. Oh, come on. 9 XP away from getting rid of the gosh darn first tier of dots. Throw me a freaking bone here. Yeah, whatever. All right. This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. Vertex, I appreciate you, friend. So close, yet so far. I missed it by that much. Hell, Mel, I appreciate this sub, friend. Thank you for the 11 months. Switch. Appreciate the 5. All right. All right. I said we would do maple. Let's do maple. Let's do a maple. I didn't level up, so I didn't unlock anything. All right. Let's rock. Let's rock. We got to save Toe.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and
So like McDonald's. Only if you buy it for me then. You specifically, and only you. If anybody else says anything about it, I don't like it at all. Hi, Mr. Vin. The shadow monster. Careful with the stalls this time. Listen. Imagine not. Listen, Vin. Listen. Can see you better. Oh, can you really, Ashley? Oh, well, I guess there's more. I guess you can see more. That's true. Haven't played since the revamp. Oh, revamp. You don't know why? Well, I know some people that don't like the revamp as much. I think Chinggis is probably in that ballpark. He would have to tell you more than me. 25 Ghost Event Firelight. I think Chinggis said that he doesn't like the revamp as much as old Maple Lodge. Ghosty, 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 ghosty. I swear I thought I heard something on my right. Maybe I didn't. There's no way that there's no shot I heard that. Withering Witch, thank you for the 12 months, friend. We'll walk it, I guess. To Nightmare, yeah. Played the game first time today. Someone told me not to look at the book description of Ghost because it's outdated. What inside the description of the ghost is outdated? Shit. There's no juice. I need power. I don't know why I have a feeling that this ghost is in the cabin. Where's my use? Son of a bitch. I think it's over on the other side. I could be wrong. Why can't you play Phas by yourself? Do you mean like nerve wise, or do you mean like literally the game won't let you? Playing Phas in VR. I'm going to. Yeah, I've been really trying to work out the whole VRAM getting overloaded thing. Yeah, I definitely planned on it, friend. Never knew power's right there. There's a few different places it can be. What up, Hits? Pratchett, how are you? Hi, Toe. There's Toe. Why do you think they remade this map? To try to optimize it so they can release it on console. Because when they first created this map, it was very unoptimized. A lot of sight lines were extremely long, so the game would load very poorly. So that's why that's why the map now feels like there's a lot of turns. Try to cut down on your sight lines. That's my opinion. I don't know for sure. That's just what I think. All right. Nothing has moved though. This turd, dude. Oh, found the bone though. Now we'll just go and pick you up. Play in VR. No, I'm definitely going to play in VR. 100% going to play. Oh, look how nice that is. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. right. I was like, I knew I heard something over to this direction. Yee. Yummy. That's where I sent all my flies. Sent them here. Will the cabin lock if the ghostie's hunting? Only if you haven't picked up the key and opened the door yet. All right. Get this. Let's get you. We're going to try our luck here. Gonna make some runs. Gonna make some runs. Well, those are 2 letters. It's so unless that is a country. Get your steps in. Yeah, I want to get our steps in. I should have brought a UV. This mother effer keeps tapping on the tub. Rub dub tub. Here, we'll do this. Let's go get a UV. Let's go get a UV. What up, good? How are you, friend? I have no idea how much FPS you would get with an Intel Core i5-13400F 2.5 gigahertz NVIDIA RT 4060 1 terabyte NVMe. I have no idea. I would go to the Phasmophobia Discord and ask there, because there's a very good possibility that it is a common question with different graphics cards and different builds as to what FPS someone thinks that they're going to get. That'd be your best bet. That'd be your best bet. Yeah. Look like a floating head with the new chair. I like it. Makes it easier to cut me out for thumbnails and stuff. It's Saudi Arabia. You could just say Saudi Arabia then. Nothing? Okay. There. Go there. Take another one. Nice. Can't even take it. I'm going to bring salt anyway, just in case. We have to go without a flashlight because I have to be able to bring all this stuff in. But we can bring this. Still have power. Interesting. Ghost I dislike the most. The Ure. Because they suck. I don't like them because the only way to figure out a Ure is by it using its ability. That is it. Literally the only way you can figure it out. Oh, you little shit. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? I'm not giving it uppies. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? You little shit. Hey, Jamie. Wants a hug? I don't want to give it a hug. I need Ghosty to start. Oh, God. Start doing this stuff. Come on, do the thing. It's not messing with anything. All we have is that. And I saw it in person. So we can go ahead and cancel that out as well. Maybe I move it a little further. Maybe we chase it. Maybe I have this at the ready and then I start doing spirit box when we get close enough. And I know that I'm right next to it. Go into dot state, you little bastard. I should probably get lower, huh? Hello? I see you. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? No. No UV. Okay. There it goes. Oh my god. We're just chasing it. All right. So it's not. Oh, you know what? I didn't check. Wait, did I take a thermometer over there? Do I have a thermometer over there? I haven't seen my breath at all. I did, yeah? Yeah. Oh, Jesus. All right, that's going to take some time. All right, you have fun, little dude. I'll be back. Hey, what up, Fancy? Oh, running to the wall. Step and salt, yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hey, there's a wall there, friend. Thank you. Roger that. Roger that. All right, we only have one piece of evidence. I could take a photo of the dots. It's dotting so much, we could maybe get lucky. You know? It's the only evidence it's giving me. I could try. Might be worth it. Take this over there. Take that. I say we go for it. I say we go for it. Did you find out why? No, not really. Other than maybe like one or two small little containers that they had down, but that definitely wouldn't be fly worthy. Yeah, I have no clue. I don't know. All right, let's do there and there. Saw that. Hello? Hi, Royal. Let's do maybe one a little bit higher. Maybe we hit like two different levels. We have one that's like on ground level and one a little bit higher. Faz coming to console. Coming this Halloween event. Like when the Halloween event time is happening this year, that's when it's coming. No, that wasn't a 5. Doing good, Royal. How are you? Let me snooze. Goo. I haven't had a ghost fat. It's nightmare, so we're going to get 2. We will get 2. Okay, bet. Bet what? This week's challenge is frostbite. Frostbitten. Whatever. Yeah. One of those things. You know what I mean? 25% witness a ghost event. and firelight. Well, we can do this. I don't know what the curse was, but then we can do this, come back, save tow, figure out what the curse is, start a hunt, figure out the ghost, get the hell out of this map. Get the hell out of here. I feel like the most forgettable. It's just the ones that go fast. The ones that go super quick, you just forget about. Long day for me. Ready to rock it out? Oh, I appreciate you, friend. It's good to see you. I feel you. Mentally, today was a long day for me. If it's Frank. If it's Frank, we'll save him. Let's go find out what it is. What up, Willow? How do you know that you don't have ads due to gifted subs? Because you'll be a sub, so you won't have ads. What? All right, no mirror. I don't think I saw music box. I don't remember seeing cards. Frank's over here, right? Isn't Frank by this fire? So let's show you got the high priestess and then the hanged man. That happened to you once as well, dude. It was the craziest shit to have that happen back to back. What up, Tracy? Isn't Frank usually over here by the guitar player? All right, so what am I missing? I don't remember seeing the Paul. Oh, maybe it was the Ouija board and I didn't actually go close enough. No. All right. What am I missing? We went in the cabin. We didn't see the circle. We looked. We didn't see the paw. We didn't see the music box. Oh, I forgot to change the title. Oh, shit. Wolfen, hello, Fred. What am I missing? Oh, is it maybe the cards and we just weren't paying attention? It might have been the cards and I just wasn't looking at the table. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. It's definitely not the mirror. No. Right, there you go. Toe. There's your reading material. And just in case something bad happens, there's your protection. Okay, he's good to go. It's the mirror on this map. Every cursed possession is technically available at some point or another, but there's only one cursed possession per. Only one per. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate it, Ashley. Yeah, like we said earlier, Perry, console is coming out during the Halloween time. All right, we'll go double smudge. Double smudge for kicks. 25 witness to ghost event. Okay, we have this. We have this. Let's take this. Imagine if Phasmo, you had to bring the equipment. Oh, no. Nope. I wouldn't play. No shot. You would not catch me playing the game if I had to bring the equipment back to the truck. Nope. No way. Have you ever seen users use more? Elfin, I don't know what that means. Hey, you want to show up for a dot photo? More than one cursed object. Yeah, you can do it on a custom. If you use a custom game, you can make it as many cursed objects as you want. But on the standard game modes, you get one cursed possession. Maybe it's a challenge, but not all the time. Thought I had a friend who used to play. Although I used to have a friend who played with me. Well, not a mayor. When I first started, grabbed the gear because it bugged him to leave the house messy. Ah. Oh, we do have the effing cards. Oh, thanks. He was letting me know. Appreciate you. What's her name? Elizabeth Huntley. Thank you, Elizabeth. What a sweet hat. She's like, hey, idiot. Cursed possession's right here. The ghost photo. Look at that. Jeez. You gotta yell at me. Shit. Oh, I don't want that one. Oh. That's an Oni, right? Huh. Well, that was interesting. Toasty, thank you, friendo. Aren't you at 100% sanity? I must have been... That... Okay, that... So I pulled a sun card, but put me at 100% sanity. And then the ghost hunted. It must have happened so fast in between. I don't. I don't know. I'm just going to keep pulling the cards. Maybe start hunting mid-card pull. That would have to be my guess. Oh, the tower. Oh, 25 more. Oh, it's locked in its room for 60 seconds. Ooh, we lost it all. Good. Yes. Yes, that's good. Good. Pulled card, hunt started, sanity. Well, no, because if the hunt starts and you pull a card, the way that it works is any card you pull during a hunt turns to a full card. But I pulled a card that was a sun card that was fine before it turned into a fool. I pity the fool. Still bugged. Did they fix the cards? I think according to them, technically they're not broken. You know how you know that's an Oni? It's not speeding up. Ultimate, do you have a hotkey that just puts ... at the end of every sentence you type? So it didn't speed up with the flashlight that I left over there. That's how you know. You do as well. Okay, roger that. Just like to leave everybody in suspense. You guys are stupid. All right. Get me out. I hate you all. I hate you all. I hate every one of you. All of you. Count your days. Toasty, thank you, friend. I appreciate it. Thank you for the
Welcome
GGs.
back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
we are don't you dare. Mare told me she would. Haven't gotten to play in like a month. My ghost must be lonely. One can never have too many ellipses. Listen, I use them sometimes, often, but not every message. It loses its meaning when you use it with every damn message. I have someone I know that uses like an exclamation point at the end of every message, no matter what they type. So I just picture that they're just yelling everything that they say. All right, I have ads that are coming, guys. We're going to wait in the lobby for them to run. I do 3 minutes every hour. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't worry about it. We don't go anywhere. We don't do nothing. We don't go anywhere while the ads play. So don't stress it. Is that person coach? No. No, it is not. Coach is a person that has many different ranges. No, I'm saying like every message. It doesn't matter what it is. They're letting us know that they have to go to the bathroom. They're like, going to the bathroom. It's like, okay. Good morning. Oh, my fuck. Nope, that's too much for me. No, thanks. Ugh. Yikes. No, thanks. Sounds like a Marine. They're not a Marine. No, they're definitely not. They're definitely not. I have an English degree, so I'm a smidge persnickety. Oh my God, Fred's chick. Oh, I'm not a morning person at all either. No, in the morning at work, especially, like I'll walk in and I very much so give everybody sort of like that. I acknowledge that their existence is, you know, present. The nod. That's basically it. I think that's good. That's it. There you go. You like pancakes? Roger that. Good morning. Just doesn't blink. Just stares right at you. Oh my God. Angry cheetah. Thank you for the 5 months, friend. Appreciate it. Here, we'll sit up top here and just enjoy the view. We'll enjoy the view while we hang out and wait for the ads to be done. While we wait for them to be done. He's just standing there. Working overnight's too long. Can't deal with mornings. I've just never been a morning person. It's just not my gig, man. I just can't do it. Even though I do it, I'm just not a morning person. Sneak into work for 45 minutes before I didn't even notice. Dude, listen, I'm an editor. Like, I get to work, I sit down, I throw my hood up, and I just start working. I just start editing. I don't feel it's necessary for me to vocally announce my presence. I don't feel it's necessary for me to go over, make a bunch of noise or whatever. I try to be very careful about respecting people's space. And I try to be very careful about making sure that nobody knows I exist by just being in my lane. And then when somebody needs something from me, I'm on it. I get it done. I don't want someone to wait on me. So when they're like, hey, is there a chance you can? Yep. Morning person, night owl, 4 hours of sleep a night. I'm good. Tiny, I'm kind of similar. Yeah, 4 or 5. That's basically me. Yep. That's basically me. Same thing. Same deal. Hoodies are everything. Oh, yeah. I wear a hoodie to work all the time. Say howdy when I get to work. Start working. Yep. Yep. All right. Are they done? They're done. All right. We're back. We be back. Speaking of back. Oh, that's wrong. I deal with mornings begrudgingly at best. Just because I have to deal with them doesn't mean I have to like them. Amen. BTG, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Strike. does cause me chronic fatigue, so I need at least 9 hours now. Fair enough. Yeah, it definitely has some long-lasting effects on some peeps. Crystal. People are chilling, man. People are chilling. All right. Where to? What level am I? Wait. Ooh, I almost forgot. Oh, one of the best upgrades ever. F them dots. F them dots. Work retail. Oh, you don't have a choice. You ain't got a choice. High school. High school. All right, let's do a custom insanity run. Insanity. Curse possession 1. Yep. And then we'll do this at Grafton. You know that retail life? Oh, I've been there, man. I've definitely lived it before. All right. Custom insanity just means that we give ourselves a curse possession because that's just the way that it should be. So let's rock. Let's rock. I love Grafton too. It's going to be a little sad the day that this map goes bye-bye, but I'm excited for whenever they decide to actually, you know, when they decide to upgrade them. Pregnant full-time student with a toddler at home. What is the sleep you speak of? We have Jen, oh, whatever that name is. We have Mrs. Smith, motion sensor, crucifix, and firelight. All right, let's go. We're going to get one piece of evidence. One. Reworking, yeah, but I mean, we're talking ground up though. It's gonna be like a brand new map. Ooh, and it's you, my favy. It's the music box. Shit. It's snowing, so I need the power on. I need the power on. Upstairs. Pig Park, welcome in. I just wish they'd redesign the cabins, not get rid of them. To be honest, I think the inside of Grafton's good. Bleasdale might be. Yeah, I agree with that. Wolfie, I agree with that completely. Yeah, Grafton layout's nice. It's quick. I think I just heard a door. It's quick. It's balanced, in my opinion, for a smaller map. Just redo each of the rooms, make it feel new. And that might be what they do. They might not redesign they might leave the layout as is. Maybe. Twin room, maybe. Yeah, that might be it. I mean, we might be overthinking what they are going to do for the ground up, right? New family moves in. All right. I thought I heard Nanor. Did I hear Nanor? Thank you for the biddies. Did I hear Nanor? Nothing is moved. Interesting. Okay. Now, remember, we have to be careful. Remember, my starting sanity is not at 100. See ya, pig. All right, let's go get a smudge just in case. Just in case. Gonna make a ghost event of the ghost rocking on the rocking chair. My guess why they wouldn't do something like that is because it would probably be looked at as too comical. if I was just guessing as to why they wouldn't do it, I think there are plenty of events that they could do that I feel would be jarring. I think there's plenty of things they could do that would be jarring that could still be events. Not like the whole demonologist shit where it was like scripted stuff that when you walked by, it just happened. But like actual ghost stuff that like the ghost did itself. Like, imagine walking in here. The table is set. The chairs are around it. But then as you walk into the room, all the chairs in the room fucking fly against the walls. You would jump out of your goddamn chair. How cool would that be? You didn't like walking into a room, count to 3, and and then point to the event that's going to happen? Yeah, you're like staring at it like this, ready for it to go. Hey, Demo, what's up? Do I hear radio? Is that up or down? It's gotta be upstairs. I heard a radio, right? Imagine like the twin beds. You're walking by and all of a sudden fucking something coming like out from under the bed. Is that the nursery? Hold on. Oh. Don't do it. Can we just turn off your creepy clown music? Shut up. My mom wrote that song. I tell people that whenever somebody's like, man, I fucking hate this song. I'm like, I got married to this song. Hi, Rain. How are you, friend? Yeah, we got the bone in there. We got the bone, but we need evidence. We don't need a bone. We need evidence. Oh shit, the camera's downstairs. Well, that's not gonna help. I feel like there's a lot of potential for even small stuff. The rocking chair freaks me out even if I know it's just an interaction, right? Yeah, I think there's potential too. I think a lot of the focus right now is it's obviously very heavy console, right? Very heavy, like, we want to get console done. And I get it. I do too. Because fuck, I'm tired of hearing about it. Especially the one that sounds like you walked into an Egyptian cabaret and such. Yeah. Yeah, some of the songs are cool. What up, Cleaner? How are you, homie? Are they doing crossplay with console? Yep. Hi, Roadside. Yeah, there's even crossplay settings in the game already. Like, you can see the crossplay settings. Would love to see this kind of stuff happen. Yeah. Samesies. All right, Ghost. Don't be a creep. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Did I just see dots, you little shit? Looking forward to it. Also looking forward to not hearing about it anymore. Amen. Same. I'm excited for when it's going to drop. I am absolutely tired of hearing about it. Yeah. No, this is Patrick. Do you just really tell the ghost not to be a creep? Yeah. What do you tell your ghost? Who's the weird one here? Rain. You hear these people? Sometimes you call them your hopes and dreams. Wait. Oh, wait. What? I want to make sure I saw dots, though. Well, wait a second. Yeah, I think there's so much potential. Don't look at me. There's so much potential. Yeah. What up, Kimmy? My favorite ghost is a mimic. Mimics are very unpredictable, and I like that. There's a lot of potential for things that they can do. There's still a lot they can do with this game, which is kind of wild because the game itself is not technically a fully released game. And I mean, it's not a fully released game and it's almost been available for 4 years. It's kind of crazy. It's a world that I don't completely understand because you have other games that release and they just are released and they're just out. But then you have other games that are like, this is early release. It's like, okay, but why is it not full release? Well, because we want to test it. Okay, for how long? Until we feel like it's ready. But how long does it need to be tested until you know it's ready? For a while. For 4 years? That's a long time. Yeah, it's raggedy around. I'm pretty sure that we saw the dots in person too, so that would make it not a Gurio. Pound Town Express, what up, homie? Thank you, man. Yep, there she goes again. All right, we're gonna bring you. My brain still can't comprehend. I know. What up, Blake? I know it's wild. Dry food? No. Not a long time compared to Demonologist. A very short time compared to 7 Days in DayZ. Oh, yeah. Yeah. JT! Love you, Pookie. I hate it here. Hey, you want to show up for your dot photo? A simple no would have sufficed. Ugh, she walked through me. Glamour shots by Flash. You know, I might not be a photographer, but I am a cinematographer by day. I know this isn't a video camera, but if I take enough photos, we can make a film. It'd be like a stop motion. Hi, Nightwolf. So there's Ghosty, which means it's not you. Perfect. That'll turn out real nice. Just Rhonda gets it. She understands. Hey Trisman, how are you? Sons of the Forest took the oh yeah. There's plenty of tests that we have. Blake, welcome in. There's plenty of tests. Oh, Arsenic, I got you, friend. My wife hates that movie so much. She hates it. She thinks it's stupid, but I love stupid. What's up, Ping? So we're going to do Salt to test for a Wraith. I don't know if I feel like it's a very baunchy like. We haven't been ghost farted on, right? I don't think we have. Wait, did I see what our... Oh, it's the music box. Oh, yeah, that's right. So we can cause a hunt at any time. Look at you go, dude. So does my husband. Yeah, she thinks it's absolutely stupid. We can take this guy, that guy, that guy. We can go set up ourselves a nice little banshee trap. Nice little banshee trap. That poses my next t-shirt. How dare you? All right. I mean, what are the odds? I could just do here. This would be fine. Yeah, that'll do, pig. That'll do. All right, we'll be back. How long we going for tonight? I don't know. Probably till like midnight-ish. We'll see. We'll see. So probably like another hour. Probably like another hour. There's a game I still play that went early access in 2019. It's only now in beta for full release. Oh my god. What game is that? Imagine you could take a photo of the dots through the monitor. Oh, that'd be cool. I mean, I guess maybe not that cool. Because you're standing here just taking photos of a monitor. Okay. We want to do salt because we need to check for a wraith. I have a little banshee trap set up there. We want to take another crucifix in. And I think we're going to take another smooge in. Could help with Goryo dots. How would that help with Goryo dots? Because if you can only see the Goryo dots through the camera, if you're only looking through the camera, how would you tell that it's a Goryo? Hello, Bone. Stop hitting me with movie quotes. Quaid, open your mind. We're just gonna pick up the bone. Actually, I guess I should watch for this, huh? Oh, got it. All right. She must be hungry. Hi, Hattie. What's up, Kelly? She's a little pissed. She's a little angry. I don't know why. Too sleepy for original thought. So what I'm doing right now is we're doing a banshee test. If it is a banshee, there's a chance it will try to stalk us. So that means it will actually walk all the way over to me. It'll walk through that salt. We'll see it trigger the motion sensor. And we might even get a banshee wail. A banshee scream. But if it's not doing any of that jazz, well, you know, because we have dots, we can go ahead and cross that out too. Because Dio's forced spirit box. Can we get a scream? We could try. It's got to be because you spilled the salt accidentally. She was the one you... I didn't spill it accidentally. It was on purpose. Leaning not banshee right now. As right now, I'm leaning not banshee. Insanity. Yeah. Just super. Thank you for the follow. Ping, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you, dude. Doing on purpose makes it worse. What do you mean? I was hired to come to this house and figure out what beast has torn apart their dwelling. I don't know. Shut up. This ghost isn't talking for anything. It's not doing anything. This is not a banshee. There's no way. I have not been ghost farted on at all. What do you mean spirit box? What do you mean by spirit box is forced? If you have evidence, certain ghosts have forced evidence, meaning they have to have it no matter what. So a Dio, you have to have spirit box if you can have evidence. Okay. She bursted the lights. What a turd. What I'm about to do is just make her hunt and then go from there. Now, what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to drain my sanity to make her chain hunt so we can figure it out that way. I don't want to just force a hunt and then my sanity not be low enough that we have to, you know, so. Listen to the pitch. Get it right. From the diaphragm. Them stompies though, jeez. That's an Oni. Crucifix, firelight, motion. Okay. I don't... We could try our luck. Shit. Where is it? Let's try our luck. Third Oni in a row? I think so. How Oni? Very visible. If I get that firelight, that'd be sick. Because then I wouldn't have to get back to the truck. The little candle sure did help. The chances of it blowing that out are probably lower, but... Yeah, remember back in the day when you used to be able to move candles? Man, that was cool. Yeah, that was awesome. Ever thought about playing Phas with chat? We've done it plenty of times. Wasn't that awesome, Hattie? Yeah, that was the best. Smoothie, thank you for the 7 months. Oh. I have 2 crucifixes in that room. I would just like to note that. But they're both tier 1 crucifixes, and she's dodging both of them. This jerk. Don't play kick the can. Back in my day... That candle up there is a forever candle, though. Fine, I'll go get it. Gosh darn it. Halen! Oh, Halen, you don't have to do that, friend. Forever. I guess we don't need to read 3 of these, do we? Halen, thank you for the subs. Crucifix and Firelight. Yeah, they're both in there. Yeah, there's no questions asked. Son of Beach. We got a good wheel spin. Trying to set the mood. Again, she's being a stinker. All right, we got this. We got this. All right. I'll wait for her to hunt. Good grow ghost. Oh my god, she just dodged it again. Thank you guys for the subs. Grow ghost, thank you for the 5 subs. Look at the same. Yeah, get back upstairs. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get sharked. End your hunt so I can get up there. Like, where's she hunting from, dude? Raven, thank you for the follow. Come on, eat it. Jesus Christ. Sam. What the hell is wrong with you? Fucking base booze, dude. Blow it out. Blow it out, Stinky. Blow it out. I'm taking his mine. This is my hot stick. E. Death Merchant, thank you for the bits. Tell her happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thanks for the burnt sticks. Wait for it. Wait. Don't do it yet. Don't do it. No, wait. 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 Just wait. Just wait. It's really satisfying when it does happen. See how satisfying that is when it does happen? Okay. All right, there we go. Oh, God. Don't play at POV 60, please. Okay, we got it. Let's get out. It's an Oni. You're waiting for the candles to go out. Ay, ay, ay. Start watching the videos. I appreciate it, man.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Hey, Daisy. Hey, Jules. A damn CCTV logo. One day it'll actually stay within the boundaries of the monitor. One day. Thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you so much. Hey, there's an upgrade. Love this song. Nice. Yeah, third Oni in a row. Yeah. Does it mean to go directly to jail? No. Maybe. I don't know. Classic, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Kai, welcome in. Hello, friend. Did you ever listen to that one song I recommended? The one that made based off it's not my name game. I don't remember if I did or not, Halen. I don't remember. I might have. I owe you guys a good wheel spin, by the way. Let's do that now. All right. Let's do the TIG. Spin, spin, spin. A gifted sub. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Let's see who it's going to. Shall we? All right. We know how this goes. So, if you are not subbed, this is perfect for your opportunity to get one from me. If you are subbed, this is a perfect opportunity for you to have a really hard, awful decision of having to pick someone else to gift it to. So if you type the word sub into chat, you are entered to win. I will give you guys like a minute. The word sub. There's no command. It is just the word sub. It is on the purple app, friends. Over on the purple app. Submarine. Nailed it. Subway. That's the one. Sublime. Maybe. Sarash. I swear to God. This guy. This guy. Bruh. Bruh indeed. Yeah. Bruh indeed. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. All right. You guys have like 20 or 30 seconds. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Sarash is right now Googling what words have sub at the beginning of them. Don't lie to me, Sarash. What's happening? It's a sub giveaway on the purple app. Yeah, for reaching our goal of the day. Yep. All right. 5, 4, type sub in chat. 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Frax, how are you? Remember, if you are not subbed, you get one. If you are, you have to choose someone to give it to. So, if you entered, I sure hope that you had somebody in mind. Because remember, they're going to start telling you how good you smell. They're going to start complimenting you like crazy. Trinity? Hyper, hello, friend. Wait, hold on. Trinity. Yes. Trinity is not subbed. Perfect. Perfect. The last time somebody was, that was chaos because they couldn't decide who to give it to. Perfect. Trinity, I got you, homie. GG's. GG's. Done and done. Happening right now. Done and done. There we go. GG's. 2 away. So close so far. All right. Well, we might as well just up it on to the next one. We just did Nightmare. We did Insanity. So we might as well move on up. We might as well do No Evidence Run. Where are we doing it? Where is it happening? Where? Where? Want a battle? Oh, nice. Tangle. I think a lot of people are suggesting Ridge. I really like the idea of doing a Ridge. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Al, thank you for the 8-month resub. And Ripley, thank you for the gifted. Appreciate you, friend. I like the idea of doing a No Evidence on Ridge. Ridge is definitely one of my favorites. I like the map a lot, man. Hi, Vertex. How are you? The correct name is Fridgeview. Your mama. Hello, I'm good. How are you, friend? Don't want to edge. Cashly. Gasp. Gifts up in bits. Cheetah. Thank you, friend. All right. Hey, what up, Jacer? Do a prison run? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe I'll do a prison run after this. Maybe. All right. No evidence. Ridgeview. This is a really great map. I do love this map. Let's do it. Let's do it.
We've arrived. Check the equipment
Is that command not working, Grizzly?
before investigating.
Or is it recently done?
Got a report that
No, it's not working. Weird.
sighting.
If we get another Oni, I swear to God. What up, Elvis? That's weird. It's called Carry Me Home, Grizzly. Will K. I don't know why it's not working. That's really weird. Hey, Bags. It's going well, friend. Should try Outbreak. I've heard that. I have a couple of friends that have played it a lot. I've had a couple of friends that have played it a lot. I haven't even seen much gameplay of it, but I am intrigued. I'm intrigued. So I definitely want to check it out. I might have to talk to a couple of my friends and see if maybe we can get together. Because that's the Storm Chaser one, right? Isn't that what that one is? The tornado chasing game. Yeah. I think that, you know, I'll talk to a couple of friends. I'll talk to a couple of friends. I have an idea of a fun group that could be good for. Viper, thank you for the 14 months. All right. Let us see. Carla Smith, witness a ghost event, 25% firelight. I feel like every map I've had the 25% objective. I swears. I swears to it. I swears. All right, let's go. Have I played with Magster? No, I've never actually played with Magster. No. Drinking energy drink? Yeah, Celsius. They're yummy. They're yummy. All right, so I use these. I use the EMF and the thermo, not to obviously get evidence. It's just to find the ghost. So no evidence run. I thought I heard like a shuffle. Which I might have. Maybe not. Bud. Damn. Power's in the basement. Power's in the basement. Nothing's open anywhere. Rats. Oh. I heard that. Wait. Wait, was that the garage? What the hell? Why did I hear that so clearly? That was a locker that we heard. Why could we hear that so clearly from the basement? All right. Right? We were right under it. Yeah, if we look at the location of where we were like over here and the lockers are over here. So, I mean, no, I mean, kind of right under it, maybe. All right. So we could do this, check for a mimic. We could do this to check for a wraith. Okie dokie. Sounds good. Let's do the ting. But it's in the garage. I was just about to say I do not get that many garage ghosts. And here we are. You have sweet Caroline stuck in your head? Ba ba ba. Happy, happy. Good times never seem so wrong. Oh, I'm stuck. Alright. I don't see any herbs or spices. But there's our breath. Wait a minute. What the? Did I just see a different... Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Wait. I'm seeing a different breath coming out of my mouth than the breath that is happening on the camera. Do you see that? It's like all of a sudden one will happen one direction and then the other will happen the other way. All right. The camera's doing its best. I don't think it's the camera's fault. The camera's a little slow. Emerald, thank you for the 2 months. Sure that's your breath? I sure hope so, because if it's not, I don't know what the hell else that would be. Oh, the camera's breathing. Oh, see, that makes more sense. Cheetah. Thank you for the 950 bitty bits. Appreciate it, friendo. Will you please exit the garage? The camera can breathe? Thank you. All right. So, it didn't sound like it it didn't sound like it stalked me. It sounded like it just left the room because it like walked outside of the room, but then walked over beside me, not to me. You know what I mean? Do you need a tier 3 camera to make a picture of a ghost interaction like thrown items or closed door? No. No. You can use a tier 1. No, you don't need a tier 3. Yeah, if you needed a tier 3 to take an interaction photo, that would suck. I don't know what you would use the photo camera for. All right, let's get a smudge just in case things go wrong. We already know that we can cancel out a Wraith. Okay. I should probably go find out what the cursed possession is. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring in another one of these guys. I'm gonna bring in one of these. How much space do I have? Any? No. All right. We could do Onryo test. I want to do a shade test. There's more things we can do. Put that there, put that there. Bring that in there just for kicks. All right. Let's find out what the cursed is. So I walked downstairs. We didn't see that. We didn't see Frank. We didn't see the board. We didn't see the circle. We didn't see the cards. Let's go upstairs. Tried to take a photo of a fork and it didn't work. Are you sure you weren't too late? Music box? Oh wait, do I have an open hand? Oh, I do. If we need drainer sanity, we're good to go. Got that guy right there. Got that. Let's go get the other firelights so we can do an Onryo test. Okay, get that. Oh. You know what? We'll just take one of these in. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Unless it's a demon. Then it won't be fine. Oh, it turned that light off. Oh, okay. Bud. It's always the demon. All right, we have a smooge. Be all right. Devastator, thank you for the 2 months. I speak too soon? Huh. We should go get more smudges. I think we have an early hunter. What's our objectives? Firelight 25 event. Okay. Clouds unlock all tier 3. Nice. I was coming straight to you. Oh yeah, I thought it was hunting directly on top of me. It basically was. It roamed out to here. See that? This turd. Dude, leave it on. All right. I might drain my sanity on purpose. I might drain it on purpose. What are we thinking? Demon. You spicy turd nugget. Yeah, did it cut power or did it hunt again? Did it just hunt again? That was fast. Dude, that was quick. What's the plushie you're doing? We are trying to get 200 pledges to be able to get a plushie. It was a long shot. Trying to. Didn't think we were going to get it. I don't think we're going to get it, but next time we're going to try. I now see why it could be a demon. Yeah. I think I'm going to drain my sanity on purpose, though. You know, she's playing the piano. I want to allow her to sing. Oh, you're gaming. What are you playing? Got any games? Okay, shit. I don't know if she has any games. This is going to be a view. It would be like a... my emotes are like a caricature of me. It would be of that. She's stream sniping. What a jerk. All right. We're going to smudge this time. We just want to be at the ready. Dude. Pam. That was at like 3:06:10, by the way. Valiant Moon, welcome in. That was like 3:06:10. Go. Ish. Ish. It can hunt in the next, like... It can probably hunt in the next, like, 10 to 15 seconds. Your money's on an Oni? How much money? Oh, don't fart on me. You're gonna waste our timer. All right. Classic. Well, crap. It's non-Oni? You don't think so? No. What difficulty? It's no evidence. Death Merchant. Thank you for the subs, dude. just farted. Whoever bet on an Oni just lost. Oh my. Oh my. Death Merchant, I appreciate it, friend. Thank you very much. You didn't have to do that. All right. That's definitely classic demon. Classic demon. Do I care about the photos? Not really. Not on this one anyway. We could go and I could make her walk and all that jazz. No, I got the objectives. We picked up the bone. That's what matters. That's good enough for me. Classic. Yeah. Spending the extra time to go in there with it. What made me say demon? So she hunted extremely early. Extremely early. And that was before we started really losing sanity. So ghosts that hunt early, that starts to really narrow it down. And then it also was normal speed. Oh, I did not pick up the bone? Oh, damn. I missed out on like 20 bucks. Sag. Why is it a she? Because the game made it that way? I don't know. Ask the developer. All right. No evidence. Nice. Nice. Oh no, not the bone. I can't believe it. Did I unlock anything? I did. Rip the bone? I can't. I don't have it. I can't rip it. Oh, now I want to do leveling runs. We might do that. Heard prison next. You guys are animals. Well, if I'm gonna do prison, I have to run ads first. Hey, what's up, Cyger? How are you, friends? Leveling runs? Listen, what do you got? I mean, I'm down for leveling runs over top of playing prison. And listen, I'll play prison. It's just gonna be walking simulator, walking around the entire time. That's up to you guys. But before we decide, or we'll talk about it while we're doing the stuff and the things, I'm gonna run ads real fast. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, go get a snack, or whatever. If you're not, it doesn't matter. While we run ads, we just chill and hang out. So you're not gonna miss any gameplay. I sit at the menu screen when it happens. So 3 minutes, right back. Hey, what up, Skylar? Am I giving you an excuse? No, it's not an excuse. Thank you for the biddies, friend. Is that what bro is doing? Yeah, bro might be. Yeah. Hey, honeydews, thank you for the 9 months. I missed out on the ads. Stupid turbo. I mean, you could log out of Twitch, Kill. If you log out, then you get the ads. Like, I wish there was a little button like, well, I want to see what they see. Do you have FOMO of not being able to see the ads, Kill? Is that what it is? I think he has some FOMO. Used to get Taco Bell ads and that was bad for me. Yikes. DJ, welcome back. So yeah, it's either go into a prison run or we do some 10, 12 customs so we can get some leveling done. Yeah. Ads aren't playing for me. Gonna reload. Gonna reload so I get them real fast. Hey, Gall. Good morning, friend. Leveling, yeah. Only McDonald's ads are okay. Prison sounds better with more gear. Yeah, we are limited on the gear. It would be a very dark run. It'd be a very dark run. Yeah. Is my Twitch FlashForce? It is. It is. What's up, Ah? More foot. Wait, what? Make a suggestion for whatever Wednesday. Lethal with friends. Well, I had said I want to do another lethal day with maybe crowd control on where I get some of my friends to join so that way you guys can screw with us. Yeah. I think it was going to be in the plans no matter what. What's the best way to do the prison map? With friends and then use parabolic microphones. Split up, go left and right, check out the blocks, come back, go upstairs. If you have 4 people, you can have 2 go to the A and B block, and then you can have 2 other people go upstairs. Yep. Yep. They're almost done. Ads are almost over, then we can get to going. Get to moving. Pilgrim is mad. Needs a bit more yeah, there's definitely some work that's needed for it, Kill. Yeah. Just a little bit. Get to getting. That's right. All right. Let's we'll do a few different we'll hop around the maps that we do for this. We'll start on Tanglewood though. Oh, I don't want to do this. Oh shit. No. Go back. There we go. All right. Let's rock. Waiting for the train to go to work. Just want to sleep. Oh my god. You can't afford free 99? Well, you gotta grow up. Hey, what's up, Kay? How you doing? Been a hot minute. I've been good. How are you? Good old Tangle Street. Crucifix, repel, and escape. Well, there's nothing special needed here. So we have crucifix. We got this. I could take a flashlight or an extra smooge. No, we could take this, or we could take an electronic. We'll take an electronic. Anything to avoid prison, eh? Well, listen. This is productive. We get some levels this way. You know? You know what I mean? Whoa! Alright. This is going to have to be a double down as smudge. Hey, Squid. Welcome in. I'm glad you're joining Faz, friend. Well, then. Well, shit. Shut up. Bud. It's gonna be one of those, eh? You piece of shit. So many door touches. Oh, hi, pancakes. Yeah, definitely not a gin. Hey, relax. 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 She's freaking out. Yeah, she ain't relaxing. All right. This one's handsy. We're gonna have to... Dude. Jesus. Okay, we're fine. F off. I can't yokai test her when she's just looping me with the fucking car. Shut up. Yeah, we're well aware of that. I think we covered that roughly 2 hours ago. I know, she's stalking me like a shark. Mare? I don't know. We're gonna smudge her this time, though. Is that on or off? Fuck. Wait. Did I turn that one on? Or did she? I didn't turn that one on this time, right? I turned that one on? Mayor. What the hell, dude? Look, they're gonna come right back here and fucking loot me. Alright, it's not a yokai. There we go. Don't remember you going there. Yeah, me either. Get off the ground. You're gonna get your footsie pajamas all dirty. Alright, now I'm gonna smudge. Twins? No. I don't think it's a mare. I think it turned a light switch on. I don't think I turned this light on this time either. I don't think I came over here. Banshee? Nah, it doesn't feel like it's stalking me. You did when you opened the front door. Yeah, but I opened the front door like 2 or 3 hunts ago. Nah, mean? Nah, mean? We'll hunt it. We'll smudge this up. It might be as easy as it's a freaking spirit or some stupid shit. Vin must go insane living with Mayor, always turning lights off on him when he's in the room. You didn't turn it on that last time. She did a red light event too. So it should have been off from when she turned it on. Ah. 322. Thank you, song. 322. Pam, what you doing? 322. All right. Get this guy, get that guy. Anything else gonna be helpful? Oh, this could be helpful. Pam, what you doing? She is hunting from the same place, like over here a lot. Nope. Okay. 322. Shit, I've got to run. Although it doesn't feel very demon-y to me. It does not feel very demon-y to me. Fuck. Oh, God. Oh, God. Nope, just one. Run. We're fine. I'll be in here for the demon timer if I need to be. Hadouken! Huh. Well. Ain't that a thing? Well. Ain't that something? We should check just to be sure. Huh. Imagine if I looked in here and saw an orb though. That would be super spicy, because it definitely did not feel like it was hunting like a demon. It didn't feel like it. Now, what if it's the 5-meter range? Well, let's just make sure. Let's double check the rooms here. Make sure we don't got any floating herbs. Oh, it's definitely in this room. It just threw a glass at me. Okay. I see no orbs, but man, I really... that really hurt. I really want to make sure, though, that there's no orbs. So... Didn't even give me a second. You just said you were doing no evidence. That's correct. And mimics have orbs. Hi, Pam. Okay. Take our little candle. Didn't see no orbs. Well, doesn't mean there ain't none. Orbs is evidence, correct. And they're fake for the mimic. So if you check out what a mimic has orbs all the time because they're not real. That's how you identify a mimic, because it has extra evidence, because the orbs are fake. But I see no orbs. Okay. I think it's a demon. Here, let's see if it's in the journal, so that way we can show them, so that way they feel better. Several reports have noted ghost orb sightings near mimics. There you go. All right, let's do Demon. There we go. Demon. Hey, what's up, Mortar? How are you? Wow. The timing of getting back into the house, almost the second,
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for
almost to the second, for for the 60-second timer on the demon. That was wild. Wild. Just got a surgery. What the hell are you doing on Twitch? I knew that. I just thought you could still have them without checking for mimic. What? I also don't understand. I'm also confuzzlement. All right, give me a sec. Sorry, give me a second. You can have orbs and not have a mimic. That's correct. But when you're playing with no evidence and you have orbs, it has to be a mimic. Here, I guess I have to turn this back on because it's apparently necessary. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Kill textures, textures. All right. Let's go back to Tanglewood again. We'll do the same thing once I upload the upgrade this stuff, and then maybe we'll do one of these runs over at Willow, and then we'll keep moving around. All right. When do we get the upgraded salt? Salt. 43. Sheesh. My favorite map is Willow. Willow is awesome. But for these runs, my favorite map for these runs is Tanglewood.
All right, we're here.
Tanglewood's my favorite because you have multiple looping spots that are right next to each other. How much longer are you gonna stream for? Probably not too much longer, Halen, just because of how late it is. But for a bit longer. We'll see. Oh, I still got the sticks. Escape, incense, crucifix. Okay. Escape, incense, and crucifix. So we'll bring in salt this time. For me, it's midnight. All right, let's rock. Damn. 'Tis in the basement. The power. How do you get other cards? What do you mean? Other like ID cards? By prestiging, doing holiday events, things of that nature. Possible yokai? When do the events usually happen? Usually during the holidays. Oh, hi. What you doing, you goofball? Hard to say. Hard to say. Might have to smudge on this one. Might have to smudge. Maine, appreciate it. What's up, Lizzie? Well, we knew that already. Farted on us. Something pretty fast. We're gonna smudge it. I don't think it's a yokai. Wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Is this a mimic? Is that a phantom? Wait a minute. 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 Wait a gosh darn second here, Batman. Hold on. I have to... Okay. I've got a smudge on this next one. So, it did not look like... Unless I just didn't look at it long enough on the first couple hunts. You piece of shit. Well, okay, you bag of balls. Why? God damn it. She ate my cruiser mix. It was mine and she ate it. Why so spicy? Guess the first one looked like a phantom. I think I was paying attention to too much stuff. I think I was paying attention to way too much crap. Way too much crap. We'll watch her this time. Okay, yeah, you're a phantom. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just wasn't paying attention. Yep, me and the smug are getting the hell out of here. See you, Ace. Have a good one, friend. I don't know how I didn't notice on the first, like, hunt or two. How the hell did I notice that? See? I just wasn't paying attention. Oh, my word. I could tell it's a phantom. It was very not visible. Phantoms teleport, bro. No, they don't, bro.
Welcome back.
Phantoms and Banshees stalk. The only ghost that teleports is the Wraith, bro. Nice. Go there. Go there. Go there. All right, we're actually going to go back to Tanglewood again. There we go. It was a joke. Well, mine was a response. How are you, Brody? I don't need a flashlight. Oh, stop giving me those names. I can't pronounce them. Crucifix, Firelight, EMF. Hey, we don't have 25%. That's cute. Hi, Pika. How are you? What threw me off was the fast hunt. Oh, no, it's zero sanity, zero evidence. The ghost is going to immediately hunt as soon as you walk in. But what threw me, I don't know what it was, man. I just wasn't looking at the blinks when it was hunting. I just wasn't looking at the blink. I don't know what it was. Wait, do I? Yes. Either EMF or Firelight. I guess it's just, well, actually, you know what we could try to do? We could use the forever candle. We could try. As a prestige 7. See, you would say that, but I guarantee that I know people that are prestige whatever that don't know squat. So you can't use that. Thank you unkindly. I appreciate it. Well, with the Point Hope badge, can I turn the ghost off and still get the badge? You mean with the play? Well, either or, yes. Yeah, you can play on friendly ghost and still get the badge. Yes. 100%. Goo butter. Goo. Many much goo. Many goo. Is it the weekly? No, we did the weekly earlier. Bye, Halen. Was watching a prestige. Possible Pulte. Watching a prestige 14 saying it's not Obake because I couldn't smudge it. Like what? Yeah, I've heard some weird shit recently. I've heard some really weird stuff. Let's go over here. Forever candle. Yeah. No, I'm not ready. Dinner's not ready. Stay out of the kitchen. No. Okay, I'm ready. Oh no, it's a child. Now it really is like talking to my kids. Dinner's not ready. Get the hell out of the kitchen. Dude, I'm telling you. Oh, did it get the firelight? Hey. It's like throwing all that shit over there, but it didn't seem like it was throwing enough over here. Brother, ew. Your wife tells you that all the time? Fair enough. First time I've ever seen anyone throw stuff with the spirit. Listen. Oh, we gotta fight back. This is where we fight back. Be walking. Like it's not eating enough, right? Or is it? Maybe? Maybe it is. I don't know why. It's just like some of it is. It's like a half Pulte. There's some yeetage in there, but some of it is not. Okay, hold on. Let's do a Pulte line. Let's see what it does. Jump in the line. Oh, the Pultes are fine. Okay. Too short. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Little arms. Having a little struggle by. Jesus Christ! You little fucking cretin. F off! Now you're gonna hunt from here, you jerk. No! F off! Okay, dickhole. Anna, hello. I don't know, man. I'm torn. I'm so very torn whether I want to call that a Pulte or not. Like, I do. Are you in here by chance? I really hope you are. Here. Eat this. Num num time. Light switch? I started light switch. Bone. What the fuck? Here. There's a really big show. A little bit of that. A little bit of that. What if I look like this? What if it just like gives us like a quick little like yeet, you know? That'd be nice. Hey, what's up, Melanie? Curious, how are you? Sleeper, I'm not exactly sure. It's past midnight for us already. Goes from dinner's not here to here. Goes from dinner's not ready to here eat this. Well, listen. They don't want to eat when you want them to eat, and you know. Oh, I appreciate it, Jordan. Thank you. So the reason I'm sitting here with the light on is because if it's a Pulte, it'll still use its ability with the light on. Unless it's a complete piece of shit and then it just shuts the light off. And then we can't see anything. So then I have to go get a flashlight. Hey, society. Don't suppose they're having dinner soon. The custom difficulty, it's a 10-12 custom. Yeah, it moved a singular plate. Yeah, I'm I don't know. I have a feeling if I go pull. That if I go Pulte, that it's not going to be a Pulte. Because it's doing these like little touches, you know? I need to see a double launch. A double launch would sell it. Come on, take the plate, take the shoe, go. The interruptions. I know every time I go to well, they all throw objects. It's just that the poltergeist is the only ghost that can throw multiple objects at the same time. And it seemed like this one was doing like half of the items it was throwing when it was hunting was like absolute yeets. And I was like, shit, this is a Pulte. But then the other half of the hunt, I'm like, I don't know. Little baby Pulte, yeah. Pulte's first yeet. It's questionable yeetage. It is questionable. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We might have to chalk this one up. Go for Pulte, and then it could be wrong, and then just, you know, it is what it is, and just move on to the next one. I usually don't do that, but just because we're so questioning a Pulte, I'm just dead set on it. Kind of just go for it. Come on, just make that plate and that shoe just go flying. Call it and run. I think so. I think so. I just heard a door touch. Okay, it's not slamming any doors shut. It's giving you Wraith vibes. Did it throw anything before shutting off the lights? I don't think so. Misinformation, hello. Yeah. No, it did. If it had its, if it didn't use its ability. I'm just going for it. Save us some time. We might be wrong. That's okay if we are. It's okay. We'll move on to the next one. It's fine. It's gonna be like a spirit. It's a
Welcome
mare.
back. There's some jobs
Okay.
ready for you.
So when you have a Pulte, it is definitely more obvious. It is way more obvious. That was questionable. I don't know why. It just seemed like some of those throws were so effing strong. It was weird. Good night, Blake. That was weird. Risk for the biscuit. We did. We did. All right, let's do the same thing at Willow. It's really strange. Although, you know, we used to say that. Remember when we used to do the Camp Woodwind runs where we would say like mares were one of the ones that would throw a bunch?
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be
So similar. Oh, I probably shouldn't do this with the low crucifix, but whatever. It's fine.
to your advantage.
It's fine. Charles Walker. EMF. All right. We have our smooge. We have this. We got this. Let's rock. No, the room definitely didn't change. Don't kill me. Breaker. Nice. Sitting in a corner so it doesn't hunt behind me. This crucifix range sucks. Base Monte? Fuck, is that David Copperfield? Where the fuck did he go? What the hell? Did dude just go poof? All right. I'm gonna go get a flashlight. What the? We were intimidating. He saw us with the smudge and with everything else and said, "Nah, F that. Nope, not today. I've seen that guy before." Nope, not happening. Not my house. Go see them. Want none? Thanks for the follows, guys. Phoenix, I appreciate it. Devil. That's what we'll do. I think it might be a miling. I hear no footies, but I hear interactions. Stuff's getting thrown. Nothing? Oh, come on. At least give me the EMF. Jesus. Hi, Lee. It's the new weekly. It is frostbitten. Frostbite. Frostbitten. Yeah, that's the one. That's the ticket. Oh, I did get that. Oh, I got to repel it too. Oh, okay. Is it hunting? No light flicker or anything yet. I'll get in line of sight when it's hunting. Phoenix, thank you for the prime. Let's try to build up some courage. I'm going upstairs. I'm going to the garage. That's it. Not today. Still haven't gotten the EMF, dude? Come on. I'm not gonna have time. I'll try. Shit. Hey, what if I do this? Maybe it'll kick the breaker. You never know. Might get lucky. If the EMF gets marked off, that means that the breaker got turned off. That's what that means. I have a feeling that we can't stick around and wait for that because it's probably not gonna give us the satisfaction. Very unlikely. I'll wait a second. In what terms does a myling make more ghost noises? No, it's that a myling is harder to hear. It's quieter. So with a myling, what you'll see a lot of people do when they're testing for one. Oh, you mean, the ghost noises that it makes. Oh, it does. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Through the parabolic microphone, it will talk more. That's what you mean. Sorry. I thought you meant during a hunt. I was like, oh, no. Yeah, if you're using a parabolic microphone, not during a hunt, a myling is more talkative. Yeah. But during a hunt with a myling, they're quieter. They're harder to hear. So what people will do is they'll turn flashlights on and put them down at their feet in hiding spots. And they'll get far away on a floor. And if you do not hear basically, if you hear the footsteps of the ghost, and the flashlight is not flickering, it's not a myling. Because that means the ghost is not close enough to set off that electronic and make it flicker, but it's close enough for you to hear it. That's some 200 IQ shit right there. All right, cool. Didn't even have to go back in.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
It's big brain time. I use this guy every now and then. Every now and then I use this guy. Favorite Celsius flavor? I really like orange. Just good old classic orange or grape. What's up, Tony? That's right. The higher the pinky goes, the fancier you are. Fancier you are. That's right. That's right. What level are we now? 37. We're on the move, man. We're on the move. Play Sunny? No, if we're doing leveling, I don't do Sunny. Those maps take longer. They definitely take longer. Prestige 12. Hi, T. I am. I is, friend. Bridge. I don't really have looping stuff. I mean, I can. Fuck it. What's up, Dino?
Take a look at the equipment and prepare a
Have you been able to tell if it's a gym with no evidence of the breaker? You know what? Hold on. You just made me want to check something that I doubt that I got a response on. Oh wait, ooh, maybe I did.
know what it's capable of.
Apparently the gin still does it. It will still give EMF at the breaker if it does its ability. Breaker needs to be on and someone near the ghost. What's up, Wiki? Are we holding again? No, but I need to listen, if we're going to have a holding emote, I need to figure out what the hell it's going to look like. I don't know. I'm going to have to do some testing and figure it out. I'll have to do some testing, man. I don't know. No, I read all three, Kairos, but if there's nothing really happening on the one, then there's nothing really to read on. What's the gin's ability? So it's when one way that was really cool that you could test for the gin is that you would have a EMF that you would put on the breaker, and the gin, you would get an EMF at the breaker when the gin would use its ability, when it does its sanity drain, because the gin is trying to turn off the breaker, but it can't because the gin can't turn off the breaker. So what happens? You get an EMF 2 at the breaker from a far distance. So like here it is a really good example. Like all of a sudden you could have, what's a far distance? Let's say that your gin is over here, right? Over in this bedroom, and the breaker is back here in the garage, and you get an EMF 2 here at the breaker, but the breaker doesn't turn off. That was a good sign of a gin. But I haven't had that happen ever since the Apocalypse update. Like, it's been a long time. Apparently it's still a thing. I keep getting gins in my customs and it screws me. I'm fine. I have no problem identifying a gin. That's not the problem at all. It's just being able to identify it with that breaker thing. It's just, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some testing, man. Capture photo, parabolic. Okay, we can try. Let's see what we can do. I don't have a clip though. See, that's usually what the response I get though, is like, someone's like, I've got it, but I don't have a clip. Yeah. Hey, from Redis, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Hey, boo boo. Is that up or down? That's down, right? Because it would be more stompy if it was up. No, Curios. No. I literally responded to you. Or use low incense. I just prefer it. All about preference. Okay. Smudged. 40312. How to identify Oni blinks? They're just more visible during a hunt than most ghosts. Trying to get to Prestige 20? Eventually. I'm not speed running it by any means. Was she bent over? Confirmed. 100%. Okay. Is that Oni blink? No. I don't think so. I could watch her hunt again, but I don't think that was Oni blink. No. That looked pretty normal. Looked average at best. You know, classic Pam. But we're going to make sure we get back in time for a demon test. Which is coming up very soon. Smudge. 40420 is where I'm at right now. Steph. Thank you for the 11 months. Almost a whole frack year. Well, shit. At least I can see when the door shuts. You think it's a miling? I don't know if it was quiet enough. We're at 40520. Is this a stinky? Gosh, it's going to vent on me soon. How much you want to bet? Heard it clearly in the basement? Yeah, agreed. Man, how many doors do you want to touch, homie? Relax. $406. 10 more seconds to 3 minutes. I don't know where my parabolic microphone is. This is Rage View. I think it's a spirit. It's gonna hunt. Wait for it. Stinky spirit. It's La Stinky. What'd I do with it? Oh, it's right here. She came from the basement, right? You know how the pitch changes? Weird as shit. Alright, well, F it. We're leaving. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why it does that, man. Like clockwork. Does the spirit time really reset if we leave the house and playing alone? No. Nope. It does not reset. If you do like a smudge time on the ghost, it doesn't reset. It's just if you're not in the house when the time would have been up, then it could be null and void. So like if you're doing a demon timer and you're not back in within 60 seconds, then it's hard to say that the that you did a successful time on the ghost. Yeah. But 3 minutes, I'd say that's probably spirit. Probably spirit. How many hours have I played? Over 2,500, probably. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Spirit.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
All right, let us go back to Tanky. Fog.
You've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up.
Photo
before
escape. Wow, we don't
investigating.
care. I think I have the upgraded crucifix and I just didn't do it yet. Don't forget the tier 2 crucifix upgrade.
Your investigation.
I did until I didn't, and now I did. It's okay. It's okay, I'm an idiot. It's okay, I'm less stupid. Actually, we're going to put you back. And we're going to take you instead. He forgot. Yeah, I forgot. We all make mistakes. Thank you. You bag of shit. It just cut the power. Oh, I'm gonna get a flashlight. Mara, thank you for the heartbeat. Appreciate it. What a jerk. Not a gem. Damn it. E. 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 If the ride you, I'm in deep shit. Okay, it's not a phantom. Hey, what's up, Fire? Welcome in. Okay. Dreadstone, what's up, homie? Bro. BJ must give me a hug. No, he's looking for his pants. We've talked about this. He's looking for his drawers. He just don't know where they are. Poor guy. Shit. Shut up, Todd. Hi, kitten kiss. He wants my pants. Yeah, probably. Hey, Faraz. Smudge. All right, that was at like 4:11:20. For 11:20, as we were saying. God damn it. Moon Bunny, I promise you, you don't want this life. Chiva's been down this road. You don't want it. I promise you, you don't want it. I promise you, you don't want this life. Possibly not a mayor? 4:12:30? Listen, all I have to do is make a list. Check that shit twice. Fuck, I'll start writing down names right now. Hold on. Ghost, don't hunt. Give me a second. You guys are gonna have some fun streams coming up soon. I'm a TikTok or two away. How the fuck you know I'm in here? Oh, I didn't even see the hunt timer. It was like 4:30. Oh, Jesus Christ! I don't want none. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Shit. Not playing with viewers, Farhez. Shit. All right. So he's hunting on the other side over there. Yeah? Yeah, yeah? Probably around 2 minutes. Okay. So this is a normie. This is a normie. Okay. Roger that. EA Sports. It's in the E. Goryo. Maybe. Maybe I might need to get more. I might need to get more can. Feeling Goryo yokai. I don't think it's a yokai. I don't think so. What the fuck are you doing over here, dude? Alright, so it's not a wraith that walked in salt. Imagine. Go ask Chiba how that goes. It's a lot of fun. Oh, you'll enjoy it. It's okay. You'll have a lot of fun. That stream is going to be one of your favorite streams. Oh, you're going to have so much fun. You just probably want to ignore your chat for quite a while. Yep. All right, let's bring in this guy. Let's bring in that guy. Let's bring in this guy. Oh no, Glay, I have something different for you. Oh, I thought I heard the front door shut. I was like, you mother... All right, let's do... That's not going to be helpful. So we know that it's not... It's a normie ghost. It's not these guys. It's not speeding up with electronics. It's not that. Oh, okay, I can't cancel you. It's not you. You. Walked in salt. I don't think it's stalking. I don't think so. It's not you. No. Too loud. Not shape-shifting. Not throwing a lot. Timer. No. No. Which leaves these. I don't think it's stalking. I really don't. Mark off spirit. Yeah. Yeah. Don't you play other games? I mean, yeah. Don't you? If you look at my channel, you can see that I do. Usual suspects. Yeah, when it's a normie. I just have to figure out where it's coming from and then just go one by one. So like Onryo, do the candle test. Yurei, there is no test. You just have to cancel out the other ghosts. So like the shade and yada, 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 yada. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. Bring you. We're bringing everything. We're bringing everything. We're bringing it all. Snooze. Snooze. Do this. Do this. It's going to hunt the second that I walk in. So I'm going to bring this guy, that guy, and this one. I don't know where it's hunting from, though. Just for non-negotiated ones. That's true. Oh, shit. I don't think it's a shade. I don't want to count a shade out. I also don't want the crucifix to be eaten in that room. I'm going to stand here. Is that behind me or to the right? What? Why did that sound like that was outside the fucking window? Song. Yesterday, Mediguri that slammed the front door on my nose 3 times. Dude, that exact same thing happened to me. Was it Saturday? I need to go not to eat this crucifix. That was in the hallway near the front door. That was in the hallway near the front door. Alyssa, hello. How are you, friend? Doing well. Just got home from a concert. Nice. How was? How you doing, Cater Tot? Yeah, it just did its mayor ability. That's how we knew what it was. Sanity. I got to do the crucifix too. Let's do this. Do this. Do this. Yeah, thermo upgrade, crucifix upgrade. All right, now I got to actually set them. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Yeah, menacing. Yeah, I am. Yeah. All right. What time is it? 12:56. Oh, we're fine. All right, let's go back and hopefully get something better. Hopefully get something better. Jesus Christ.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. Because here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look.
What is the mayor ability? The mayor ability is when it can turn off a light switch the second that you... It can turn off a light switch the second you turn it on. The second you turn it on. Yeah. Let's turn this off. Isn't reading Twitch chat anymore? No, I'm just really good at ignoring chat messages. Lottie, you have to understand that I'm really good at ignoring messages. That's the best part. Does the cross work in your hand? Yes, absolutely. Certainly does. It works like this. It works. Shit. If you get it in the air, it'll work. It doesn't matter. All right, let's go you. Let's go photo, crucifix, parabolic. Do that guy, and get our crucifix. All right. I feel better with this effing crucifix. I feel better. Kitten, don't get lost. That was weird. I thought that was an event. Menacing, welcome in. Yummy. Grab his inhaler, he can't breathe. Oh, you bursted those lights. Oh, you butthole. He still can't find it. Oh, I got it already. Oh. I might be seeing things. I don't know. I think I was seeing things. I swear to God, I thought I saw another ghost model. I think I'm seeing shit. See ya, Kyrios. Ghost didn't want the smudge. You don't want the smudge? I thought I saw another ghost model, but I think I didn't. I'm losing it. Pretty normal, right? All right, we're gonna have to smudge on this one. Oh, the bone. Oh, shanks. I have ads coming in. I can't snooze them anymore. I might guess the ghost and leave so we can avoid having ads in the middle of the game. Yeah. I would normally play it out, but I can't snooze them. It's like they're going to play in like 30 seconds. What's our guess? He's walking sideways. E. Oh, hi. Oh, all right. All right, ads are playing, but I'm leaving. Oh, they're about to play anyway, and we're gonna leave. So you're not gonna miss. You're fine. Onryo for no reason whatsoever. I dig it. I dig. All right. All right. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't worry about it. You're fine. You're not gonna miss it. You might even get to see what it is before the ads actually start.
Welcome back. I've got
What a
some jobs
shitty
ready
demon.
for you.
All right. If we would have smudged, played it out, all that jazz. Yeah. We had a way better demon earlier. Tony, thank you, friend. This demon was way shittier. That other one, though, was a hero. That other one was where it's at. Poopy demon. It literally is hit or miss. I've had ghosts that have been on the money. Some of the best textbook ghosts you've had, but then I've also had ghosts that have just been the absolute worst. The absolute worst. What's up, Marvin? I think I scratched my neck. How do you get over the fear of playing alone? I mean, really, it's just pulling the trigger, man. I think one of the best things that you can do is just not add anything into the game and just go in and let the ghost hunt you. Like, even if you can do a custom, setting it to where you're like basically 0 sanity so the ghost can hunt you immediately, and then let the ghost just hunt you. You don't want to completely desensitize yourself, but that'll help desensitize you a little bit so you can at least do the investigation, you know? Had a demon that didn't hunt until I was at 35 sanity. That's just stupid. Nutty Coffee, hello. How much hydrate? I done it. I did. Win some, you lose some? Yeah, I guess. I guess. You antagonize the ghost? I think we all do. The poor ghosties are just sitting in the corner, just crying their poor little eyes out as we're screaming and yelling curses at them basically the entire time. I think that's typically how it goes. I remember seeing a meme on the Phasmo Reddit one time that was that. It was like the ghost rocking back and forth in the corner. It's like, yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Oh no, I'm yawning. Sometimes it antagonizes you back. Roger that. Roger that. It's always where you are, not how you are. What up, Adrian? All right, we're back. All right, let's do a couple more. Let us do a couple more. How to trigger a ghost hunt? You could use Curse Possession. Curse Possession could be one way to do it, but if it just depends on what difficulty you're doing it on. Like right now, I'm running a custom that doesn't give me a Curse Possession, so I can't even run one. Can't even use one. All right. We need parabolic motion. Okay. Well, we can do the motion. That'll be fine. Let's do that guy, that guy, that guy, and that guy. Favorite ghost type is a mimic. Yeah. What's up, Brandon? Late night. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Tex. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. 0 sandy, 0 evidence. I'll get the motion sensor down after we're on our way. Mistakes were made. It's a rise, you. Mistakes were made. shit. I almost regretted that. That was almost really bad. I almost had the electronic close enough to where it could just maintain speed through the kitchen. How'd you know so fast? I had the motion sensor down, and when it got near it, it got really fast, meaning it was speeding up with the electronics. So I knew what it was. And unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately I lived, but definitely could have gone the other direction, but we're fine. Anyway, moving on. We gave it the juice. We gave it the juice.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Oh, shit. All right. Parabolic again, witness, and ghost photo. Maybe we can get lucky with a ghost photo. You know, we could try. We could try. Give it a whirl. Give it a shot. One shot, one opportunity. Mm-hmm. Is that garage? Fuck, I think I missed it. Yep, definitely did. 100%. Difficulty, it's a 10-12 custom. This is dangerous. What up, Hershey? Yeah, so it's 0 sandy, 0 evidence. It could be many things. There goes my grandma. Watch her as she goes. Oh, fuck, I missed. Grandma. 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 I just need a photo. Grandma. 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 Is that a phantom? That looked pretty not so visible. Maybe you can watch her hunt again. Grandma quiet? I don't think she's that quiet. I don't think she's that quiet. What's up, Frosty? How would twins work? So twins is technically one ghost. Oh, you son of a bitch. I think it's a phantom. Yep. Yeah, hard as shit to see. Granny do be a phantom, though. Shut up. Oh, Lord, she coming. What is medium? But yeah, twins is not two ghosts. Twins is one ghost. It just has two interaction ranges.
Welcome back. I've
Phantom.
got some jobs ready for you.
I know, Apocrypha, I'm sorry.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. It looks like whoever was here left in
Let's
a
do motion. This guy. That'll work. That'll work. Phantom Granny. Phantom Granny. Let's go this way. You shit. We'll wait it out. Where is it? Fudge. It might eat that. It's all right. It's not a yokai. Okay. Good to know. Okay. Tried to get me as I was leaving.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Not today. Not today. Yeah, he thought he had something. He's got nothing. Not today, Satan. Another mayor. Sheesh. We'll upgrade it. Why not? I doubt I'll actually use it, but yeah. Upgrade the salt for better picks. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Let's get another good one in there. Let's get at least one more good one in there. Man, have we had one ghost doing this that has been a different speed?
Take a look at the equipment.
One?
Prepare accordingly before
A single ghost that has been a different speed? I think the answer to that question is no.
of light switching. Possibly harmless, but be careful out there.
Would not like living in the neighborhood. Oh, the ride. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true because we made it change speed. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Power's up here. It's a or 43.25 maybe. Gotta turn off the car. Turn off the car. Turn it on. This might be a Ure. This might... Oh. Oh, shut your lips. Why are you over there? Why did I just hear that? Why did I just hear that? Alright, I'm super fucking confused. Yep. It might be stalking. Maybe. Maybe. Kitsune! Hello, friend. Alright. Oh shit, what am I looking for? Alright, we have smudges. I have salt in there. I have a crucifix down. We can drop electronic. Thank you for the 18 months. How are you? Hope the ghosts are being nice. They're okay. I heard a giggle, but I also don't see any walk in the salt, which is awfully interesting. Huh. Huh. Hmm. All right. So what you're saying is... You're saying there's a chance. Okay, dude, relax. Well, fuck a duck. It just decided to absolutely dip. It's really hungry. It's eating all of our stuff. We need to watch this little cretin. It's not a phantom. It might be a banshee. Smudge! You know what? I'm burning another one just to be sure I got it. Get smudged on, you nerd. Do I have parabolic in here? I don't think I do. Let's go get one. Thank you, Apocrypha. Appreciate you, friend. Wasteful smudge. Damn right. It's my smudge. I pay for it. Do what the fuck I want with it. You mind your business. You do what you want with your smudge. Let's take... Go over here. Do this. Do this. Like that. I'm gonna go this. Over here like this. This. That. I think I have time. Hopefully I don't die. You. At the radio. Yep. This. Take this. Go like this. Come on, do it. Okay. Got a whisper. Heard that. I might not be close enough. What's up, Leo? You know what? Let's just go Banshee. You know, let's just go Banshee. What's your guess? We're just gonna go Banshee. Yeah. It's stalking us. It's not giving us any other vibes. We're gonna go for it. It's getting late. Yeah. 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 What's up, Ronnie?
Welcome back.
It's a yokai. Oh. I don't think I actually did a official yokai test. I thought I did. Didn't I spam my walkie and the ghost came to me? Maybe I didn't. I mean, it could have absolutely been chance. It could have been chance that it just pathed that way anyway. And I thought that I successfully did it. So that's always possible. Yes, it is. I think it's just bad luck. Yeah. Even if I did test it, it was probably just bad luck. Should have tested it twice. Sag. Many Sag. All the Sag. That's okay. That's okay. All right. It is late. It is 1:26. I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. Tubes, I appreciate you, friends. We'll be live again on Wednesday. It might be Lethal Company. It might be lethal. We will see. I will keep you posted. I appreciate you guys. TikTok, I will probably be live for lunch tomorrow for more fun. For more stuff. So, I will see you then. Appreciate you, friends. Well, let's go raid. Let's go raid. Do 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 do. Goose, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you, friends. Hold on, let me go find where we're gonna go. I think I might know where we gonna go. Okay. All right, let us... Yeah, They're playing Phas, right? Yes, they are. Good. Good. Make sure the site's muted. Okay. All right. So if you are not subbed, there you are. If you are subbed, there you go. Creepy tier 3s. Mr. Song, enjoy. We're going to go say hi to Break of Daylight. We're going to say hi to Break of Daylight. She's streaming fast. She's at Prestige 6. Going to Prestige 6. Is Prestige 6. One or the other. I'm not sure. But I think she's playing with Friendo. So she might be playing with Crow. She might be playing with others. I'm not exactly sure. But I will keep you guys posted as to what the hell I'm going to play on Wednesday. It might be Lethal. I said I want to play Lethal. I'm not sure if it's going to be that or not. I don't know if there's any new games that are out right now that are exactly tickling anybody's fancy. There's some stuff out that we've played there. I don't know. I'll look around and see if there's any games. But as of right now, Lethal is probably at the top of the list. If anything comes up, then I'll probably shift gears. Oh, I gotta look at Project Unknown. Oh, you're right. I do have to look into that. You're right. That's a very fair point. Okay. I'll take a look at it. All right, friends. Appreciate you. Thank you for the stream. There's the monthly. We're on the move. I love you guys. I appreciate you. I'll see you later. Bye.